Good evening, my friends. I'm so glad you are here, settling in with me for another quiet journey into the past. These are not tales to rush through, nor lessons to memorize. They are simply stories, steady and unhurried, meant to soothe the restless hours of the night. Tonight we walk together into a year that many later called the hardest of all years, the year 536. Imagine the sun dimming without storm, shadows fading at noon, the world pausing in uneasy twilight. It is history, yes, but told here as a gentle path, lined with whispers of memory and softened by time. If you enjoy keeping me company, I'd be grateful if you pressed like or subscribed, and perhaps told me in the comments where you are listening from. I always love to imagine the circle of friends gathered across towns and countries, each hearing the same quiet words. So now, dim the lights if you can. Maybe let the hum of a fan or the steady click of a wood stove keep you company. Perhaps open the window a crack and feel the night air. Allow the day to fall away. Together, we will step into part one. Part one, a modest yearning hook, a quiet wish for an ordinary year. Body, approximately 6,000 characters. It begins, as many histories do, not with kings or battles, but with the softest of hopes. In villages that stretched across the wide shoulders of the empire, most families asked for very little. A year of weather that kept to its place. Rains that came on time, neither too harsh nor too thin. A harvest that might fill the bins and leave a little extra to trade at the crossroads. That was all. You might imagine a kitchen of stone, its floor swept daily by a careful hand. A mother leaning over her small store of wheat, counting out handfuls into a cloth sack. Her lips move with the numbers, though she speaks to no one in particular. In her mind, she is adding not just grain, but safety, one measure against the long stretch of winter. Nearby, a child tries to imitate her, stacking small pebbles into neat piles, pretending they too are seed. Fathers walk the edges of fields, the soil cool beneath their sandals, looking for signs that the earth is ready. The furrows drawn by oxen weeks earlier lie in patient lines, waiting for the right day. There is a comfort in repetition, the same paths walked year after year, the same stones turned by plows, the same scents rising from the ground when broken open. Tradition feels eternal when you are standing in its middle, and yet, even here, small threads of unease run quiet. The winter has lingered strangely. There were mornings when frost clung longer than it should. Chickens, confused by the light, delayed their laying. Old men, who remember far more than they say, exchanged looks across the market and fell silent, rather than remark on how pale the sun had seemed. These were noticed, of course, but folded away like letters never finished. In the evenings, families gather by the low glow of fire. The talk is not of politics in Constantinople or wars across seas, but of fences to mend, debts to repay, and the endless matter of bread. Bread that binds a household together, its crust warm enough to soften even a tired mood. When a neighbor stops by to borrow a pinch of salt or a coil of rope, the trade is made with quiet laughter. Each gesture, small and ordinary, is a kind of wish sent into the night. May the year remain steady. May no storm rise beyond our strength. Children, always keen to notice what adults hide, sense the watchfulness in their parents. They hear the small prayers whispered before sleep. They see the way their mothers measure flour twice. Their fathers pause at the horizon before turning for home. In their innocence, they add their own wishes. For a new toy carved from scrap wood, for a goat to give birth safely, for tomorrow to be the same as today. This, then, is the stage upon which greater events will intrude, a world quietly yearning for nothing more than the ordinary. And it is perhaps that very ordinariness, the modesty of hope, that makes the coming shadow feel all the more unsettling. Morning chores unfold like a soft song. The day begins not with trumpets or proclamations, but with the smallest of sounds, sounds so familiar that most hardly notice them. The faint creak of a wooden shutter being nudged open, the thump of a pail lowered into a well, rope sliding through rough hands, a rooster's crow, ragged and insistent, marking the hour as if the bird alone were responsible for keeping time. These are the rhythms of ordinary life in the early Byzantine countryside. The world may tremble in distant capitals, emperors may declare wars, and merchants may whisper rumors of strange skies. But in a modest village, the day opens with chores. Water to be drawn, bread to be set, tools to be checked. For most, survival is stitched together through these repetitive motions, quiet threads holding the fabric of life in place. You might picture a woman stepping into the yard at first light, the hem of her woolen tunic brushing dew off the grass. She balances a clay jar against her hip, its cool weight steadying her posture. The well stands a little way off, a circle of stone blackened with age, moss growing in its cracks. She lowers the bucket, listening to the hollow echo before water splashes faintly below. When she hauls it back, droplets spill over her hand, shining briefly in the pale morning light. Inside, her daughter tends to the hearth. Fire never sleeps entirely. Embers remain from the night, hidden beneath gray ash. The girl kneels, blowing softly until sparks glow again, then feeds the fire with kindling. The room fills with a scent of smoke that clings to hair and cloth, but feels like comfort all the same. Soon, a small pot rests over the flames. Barley grains soak and swell, promising a simple meal. Across the lane, a father inspects his tools. A wooden plow, iron-tipped, leans against the shed. He runs his hand along the beam, feeling for cracks. His sickle, curved and sharp, waits for use. These objects are more than tools. They are companions in labor, extensions of his will upon the earth. Each nick and dent is familiar, a reminder of years spent coaxing life from soil that does not always give freely. The village itself wakes slowly. Chickens wander from their coops, scratching and clucking. Goats bleat impatiently, their calls echoing against stone walls. Children chase each other down narrow paths, their bare feet stirring dust that rises in little clouds. The elders sit on benches before their homes, canes resting beside them, eyes narrowing at the angle of the sun. They talk little, content instead to observe, their silence carrying weight. At the small market square, stalls begin to open. A baker lays out his loaves, the crusts dark from last night's fire. A potter displays cups and bowls, each one slightly different, none entirely perfect, but all useful. A cloth seller shakes out lengths of rough linen, the fabric stiff and smelling faintly of dye. Neighbors greet one another with nods, with murmured words, with exchanges of gossip so familiar that it is less about content than about connection. And yet, beneath this ordinariness, there lingers a sense, hardly spoken, often denied, that the world is shifting in some strange way. The light feels different, not dim enough to alarm, not yet, but pale, as if filtered through thin cloth. It might be nothing, they tell themselves, perhaps dust from far mountains, perhaps a quirk of the season. Better to ignore it, better to busy hands with work than to name what cannot be explained. Still, unease slips into the smallest details. The baker finds his loaves do not rise quite as high. The potter notices his clay dries slower, stubborn in the dampness. Shepherds say their animals seem restless, bleeding more often at night. Each of these things, on its own, would be dismissed. Together, they whisper a pattern. The villagers do not yet see it, but they feel it, faint as the chill of a draft creeping under a door. For now, they continue. Bread must be baked, whether or not the crust is perfect. Cloth must be woven, whether or not the dye fades. A garden must be watered, whether or not the sun shines as strongly as before. That is the nature of small tasks. They tether people to life even as the world trembles at its edges. You might imagine standing at the doorway of one of these homes, watching the morning unfold. A mother braids her daughter's hair with quick, practiced fingers, her mind already on the spinning wheel that awaits. A boy runs to fetch a stick he has whittled into a toy sword, waving it proudly though no enemy exists beyond imaginary foes. A man bends to gather herbs from a small patch near the house, rosemary and thyme, their scents sharp in the cool air. These gestures are ordinary, and in their ordinariness lies their strength. Later in the morning, the sound of the church bell drifts across the fields. It rings not for alarm, but for rhythm, marking the passage of hours. People pause briefly, crossing themselves, offering a quick prayer, before returning to their tasks. Faith, like work, weaves into the day's fabric without ceremony. It is there in the pauses, in the whispered words, in the shared glances. Life is not yet crisis. Life is chores, gestures, repetitions. And perhaps that is why the memory of what comes next will sting so deeply, because it interrupts a pattern so ancient, so trusted, that people thought it eternal. But for now, let us stay here a little longer, in this morning of small tasks. Listen to the scrape of a stool against stone as someone sits to mend a net. Hear the laughter of children tumbling in the dust. Smell the bread, rough but nourishing, as it cools on a wooden board. These are the anchors of life, the things that keep the world steady even as skies begin, ever so slightly, to shift. The rooster crows again, less sharp now, almost weary from its duty. A neighbor waves across the lane, holding up a jug of milk in offer. The air is cool, the light subdued but sufficient. It could be any year, any morning. And yet, it is this year, the year when ordinariness itself will become precious, remembered long after as a treasure lost. Familiar market paths keep steady rhythm. The market is not grand. It is not the place of golden colonnades and marble courts that poets speak of when they recall the center of Constantinople. No, here it is smaller, humbler, and more human. A patch of open earth at the village's heart, shaded by a few tired trees, bordered by wooden stalls that creak when leaned upon. Yet to those who come each morning, it is as steady as the sun's rising, as familiar as the bell that calls to prayer. On any ordinary day, the square begins to stir while the sky is still soft with dawn. The first to arrive are the bakers, their hands white with flour, their carts warm with the smell of loaves baked through the night. They place their bread out in neat rows, the crusts browned and crackling, each one carrying the story of heat, labor, and patience. People gather quickly, coins pressed into palms, words exchanged more with nods and glances than long sentences. Bread is not just food, it is trust. Next come the herders. A boy no older than 12 tugs along a rope tied to the neck of a goat. The animal protests, hooves scattering dust, but soon calms once tethered near a patch of weeds. Another family brings cages of chickens, feathers poking through the woven slats. The birds cluck nervously, sensing their day's fate, but their owners smile easily, accustomed to such noise. Merchants of cloth follow, their wares folded into rough bundles slung across donkeys' backs. The cloth is coarse linen, dyed in subdued colors, browns, faded reds, a dull blue. It is not fine silk, but it is sturdy, enough to clothe a family through work and weather. A woman lifts a length to the light, rubbing it between her fingers, imagining it cut into tunics for her sons. The air fills with the sounds of barter, voices low and practical, punctuated by brief laughter. No one shouts here. Loudness is for cities, where strangers must be persuaded. In a village market, each person knows the other, and the rhythm of exchange is quiet, steady, respectful. The baker knows which family owes a loaf from last week. The herder knows which neighbor's cow has calved. The potter recognizes the chip in a jug he sold years ago. All this knowledge moves beneath the surface, unspoken but present in every trade. And yet, beneath the comfort of this rhythm, something shifts. Shoppers squint more than usual, as if the light itself is thinner. Shadows on the ground are faint, and objects look flatter, robbed of depth. Some murmur that perhaps dust from far-off mountains clouds the sky. Others shrug and continue with their purchases. The rhythm must go on. An old man selling herbs notices his mint is slower to sprout this spring. He mentions it casually, almost apologetically, as if it were his fault. A woman buying onions remarks that her chickens lay fewer eggs. Another admits that her barley has barely pushed above the soil. These worries are folded into the barter, spoken lightly, then set aside with the handing over of coins or goods. The market cannot pause for fear. It depends on motion. Children chase each other between stalls, their bare feet scattering chickens. One boy clutches a crust of bread given freely by the baker, running with it held high like a trophy. His laughter rises above the murmurs, a reminder that play still belongs even in uneasy times. A mother calls him back, shaking her head, but she is smiling. A potter sets down his wares, cups, jugs, bowls, all slightly uneven, each one bearing the mark of a human hand. A jug with a crooked lip, a cup painted with lines that do not quite meet. These imperfections make them precious, for no two are alike. He does not speak much, but when someone picks up a piece, he looks at them with quiet pride, waiting for their nod of approval. As the morning deepens, the square grows crowded. Farmers arrive with bundles of vegetables, the greens dulled but still welcome. A fisherman, eyes heavy from a long night, spreads his catch on a cloth, each fish glistening faintly, though smaller than usual. People gather, noses wrinkling at the sharp scent of salt and scales. He shrugs when asked about the thinness of his haul. The sea keeps secrets, he says softly. Coins clink, bags rustle. The rhythm continues. A woman counts slowly into a neighbor's hand, careful not to short a single copper. Trust is fragile, but here it has been nurtured by years of repetition. Everyone owes someone, and everyone is owed. The debts are not just of money, but of kindness, of memory, of shared survival. Still, some eyes wander skyward. The haze is faint, but it is there, a thin veil that makes the sun less sharp, less golden. It is not enough to stop the market, but it is enough to make people linger over their purchases longer than necessary, their words slower, their glances uncertain. One elder seated near the fountain shakes his head. He remembers a time long ago when strange dust fell from the sky. He mutters about omens, about signs, about the heavens speaking. Few listen. The younger ones laugh gently, not unkindly, and hand him a small piece of bread to quiet his rambling. Yet the thought lingers. What if the old man remembers something real? The day stretches on. Heat rises, though it feels muted. The stalls remain, though shadows grow no darker. People finish their trading, tie up their purchases, and head home. The square empties slowly, like a song fading note by note. Soon only the children remain, skipping stones near the well, their laughter echoing through the hollow space. The market is not finished. It will return tomorrow and the day after. Its rhythm cannot break so easily. And yet, beneath the comfort of barter and bread, something unsettled stirs. People do not name it yet, but it is there, slipping through every gesture, every glance, every coin exchanged. Shadows fade, though the day continues. It began as a trick of the eye, or so people said at first. Someone hung their washing on a line and noticed the cloth didn't throw a good shadow on the ground. A mason paused with his trowel, looked at his wall, and found that the neat edge he'd planned to follow was missing its friendly guide of light and dark. Children put their hands to the dust, fingers spread wide, expecting to see their silhouettes play like little birds on the earth, and saw almost nothing at all. The brightness was there enough to go about, but the world had lost its weight in noonlight. The elders tested the old truths. One man set a stick upright in the square at mid-morning the way his father had taught him, to read time by the fall of the shadow. He stood with his hands behind his back and waited for the neat triangle to creep along the stones. Nothing. The sun, pale as watered milk, softened the stick as if painted in a thin wash. Without the wedge of shadow, the hours gathered like mist. You had to feel them, not see them. At first, people made small adjustments. A baker tied a string to the shutter to judge the angle of the light by its sway. A weaver moved her loom closer to the doorway and kept her thread in a clay bowl painted white so she could see it. The priest who worked by candle to copy his notes onto a wax tablet began trimming the wick shorter in the daytime, puzzled by how easily flame outshone a sun that should have ruled the hours. Children noticed most of all. They were the first to say the word blue about the sun, carefully, as if naming a shy animal that might run off if called too boldly. With the thinning of shadows came a curious stillness, not silence exactly, but a softer edge to sound, as though the air itself were made of wool. The blackbirds did not sing quite so early. Dogs slept longer near doorways. Even a cart's groan over ruts seemed gentler, the wood complaining in a half-whisper. The village could work, that was still true. People picked greens, mended roofs, cleaned fish, loaded sacks. But each thing wore less definition, as if the outline of life had been rubbed with a thumb. Travelers brought the same report, no matter which path they took to reach the square. A girl from the coast said the sea looked like a sheet of beaten lead and kept losing its spark, even when winds should have livened it. A teamster from inland swore his oxen's shadows at noon were hardly more than a bruised suggestion beneath their bellies. A woman who'd stopped in 3 market towns in a week said the candle sellers in each place had sold out by midday, and innkeepers were paying extra for oil. Not everything dulled evenly. Colors became uncertain in surprising ways. A shawl dyed red looked brown in morning, redder in afternoon, and something else entirely by supper. Letters carved on a milestone were legible only if you stood close and let your eyes rest. The sky wore a high haze so sheer that a person could be forgiven for calling it pretty. Except that prettiness, stretched day upon day, began to feel like a thin blanket in winter. Farmers started to watch their fields with a new patience, the kind that tightens in the jaw without a word. A man who knew his plot like the back of his hand, put his palm on the soil, and judged it cooler than it should be by late spring. Seedlings, which ordinarily reached for the sun in a clear, eager way, hesitated, their tiny leaves held close like children peeking from behind a door frame. The old habit of saying, "they'll catch up," still lived in many mouths. But fewer people said it aloud. In the church, the priest spoke gently about endurance and how the Lord once stilled the sun as a sign in a long-ago war. He did not mention war again. Instead, he chose the story of manna, of daily bread arriving just enough and no more. He said a person did best these days by measuring carefully, by sharing carefully, by breathing carefully. People nodded, not because they were sure, but because the cadence met them where they lived, in small acts repeated until sleep. Soon the absence of shadow became a habit in itself, and habits are a mercy. You learn where to put the table to catch the best corner of light. You boil the stew 5 minutes longer. You cut your thread twice as long, knowing you will lose some to the vagaries of dimness. Yet even mercies, day after day, can feel like debts. There were more missed stitches in the hems, more missteps in the lanes, more small apologies offered over bruised shins and scraped knuckles. One afternoon, a teacher gathered a trio of children by the well and taught them how to read the hour by listening. Kettle lids beginning to chatter in kitchens meant near midday. The short restlessness of goats around the pen meant time to move them to the second pasture. The clatter of wooden buckets in the alley said mothers were calling for water before dusk. "You'll learn to hear the day," she told them, "and keep the hours by kindness." The children took this in, solemn and honored by the trust, then tried to trick each other by moving one bucket to a new place and laughing at the surprise. Even in thin light, childhood doesn't forget how to play. Merchants, who live by margins, made their own adjustments. A man who sold pins arranged them on white cloth so thin that you could see light pass through the weave. The pins glinted more readily that way. A spice seller moved his stall into a wedge of brighter street and stood taller so passers-by could catch the scent. The fishmonger, whose trade depended on shimmer and scales, filled a basin with water and set his catch afloat so the slight movement would signal life even when light failed to. Folks bought because they must, but also because each stall holder was trying, and in a year of discouragement, trying counted. There were almost no shadows at noon by early summer. You had to squint to make out your hand's shape. People learned to miss their shadows the way one misses an old friend who moved away quietly. The friend you assumed would always be there to tell you, gently, where you stood. A few joked, kindly, that shadows had taken a holiday. "They work hard 11 months, someone said. "Let them rest." Laughter rose, grateful for itself, then faded like steam in cool air. Not all observations could be softened into humor. A beekeeper, cheered by the bloom of clover, found her bees returning late and heavy-footed, uncertain in the air. A gardener discovered a thin skin of frost in a shaded corner one morning when the calendar swore it should be air like silk. The potter's clay cracked more often in the kiln as if reluctant to choose a final form. "It's as though the day is a little sick," the potter said, "but not sick enough to lie down." And there were the birds. Their songs came later and ended earlier. A boy with a good ear tried to whistle them on, standing near the hedgerow with his cheeks puffed, repeating the little notes he had learned. Some mornings it worked, and the hedge replied. Other mornings, he stood alone with his tune and went home with a thoughtful look that made his mother pat his shoulder twice before sending him to fetch kindling. When the first blue noon stories reached the village from far towns, the words arrived with a certain shyness, as if their speakers weren't sure whether they were describing sky or feeling. Blue, but not summer blue. Rather the blue of laundry water, thin and unsettled. Blue like the sheen on an old bruise. Blue that made the sun look like a coin rubbed smooth by too many hands. In a world that had trusted gold for so long, this new color felt like a secret you couldn't keep and couldn't quite explain. And yet, daily bread was still daily bread. People continued to cut it, to share it, to carry it in cloth to a neighbor who had run out. That kindness, steady, homely, unremarked, was the brightest thing left in the dimmer hours. It threw a sort of moral shadow when the physical ones failed. You could still tell where you stood by the shape of your giving. One evening, an elderly widow took her stool outside to the lane, as she had done each warm night for 30 years. She liked to watch the neighbors pass, to count them quietly in her mind, the way one counts sheep for assurance. This time she noticed how each figure moved in a slight haze, softer at the edges. She called to a passing child and asked him to stand in the spill of light from her doorway. He did, smiling, patient with her curiosity. She squinted to see the dark of him on the ground. There it was, just a dream of a shadow, close to his feet. "See?" she said gently, and the boy nodded, not frightened, only more alert to the difference. He bent, placed his hand beside his foot, and watched even that small shape dissolve. Then he laughed anyway, because the widow pinched his ear in play and told him to run and be quick, and he was good at running. With dimmer light came a new etiquette of looking. People gazed more directly at each other's faces, as if to confirm presence when outlines went uncertain. They spoke names more often, used them like lanterns in conversation. "Good morning, Loris. Come in, Eleni. Thank you, Makarios." Names keep things from blurring. In a time when distances were harder to judge and streets looked flatter, a person's name pulled them forward into focus. Some practical matters changed quietly. Carpenters chose paler woods so dark knots would show. Scribes ruled their wax with deeper grooves. Seamstresses stitched larger hems for easier inspection. Shepherds fitted their bells with brighter tongues so sound would carry when sight would not. These weren't big decisions. They were the sort of choices people make when they love their work and wish to keep doing it well. Between each choice ran a current of thought that no one quite voiced. If the world grows lighter by the month, so much the better. If not, we will still be ready. No one could say when the veil first settled over everything. Some pointed to a late winter day, others to a cool sunrise in early spring. But nearly everyone could name a private moment when they admitted to themselves that something larger than weather was at hand. For a mother, it was when her child asked where their shadow had gone, and she had no quick answer, only a story about a shy companion who returns when you sing. For a fisherman, it was when the horizon lost its hard line, and he felt for the first time the sea and sky slide into each other like unspooled thread. For a mason, it was when he struck noon and found that his plumb line, straight and faithful, was the only certain thing in a room that looked somehow thinner. And then there was the clock of the body. People grew drowsy in curious ways, mid-afternoon yawns that arrived too early, nighttime sleep that came late despite fatigue. Without shadows to mark the climb of the day, the mind floated a little. A teacher told her students to put their hands on their chests and feel the steady measure there when the sun's measure failed. Breath in, breath out. A kindness between ribs. She said they could keep time by kindness too. by small chores done on schedule, by visits kept, by promises honored. The room brightened with their seriousness. Children love to be given work that matters. A single day might still end with laughter. Evenings often did. Families gathered near doorways to feel the cooler air move across tired skin. Stories rose and settled. Someone would hum, and the hum would take shape as a tune. The lamp would gutter and be trimmed. The lamp would flare and find itself. In those minutes, the dimmed world felt less like a threat and more like a different kind of night that had wandered into morning by mistake. If morning had borrowed night's coat, well then, people would wear their patience a little longer and see what the next hour brought. But patience, like oil, must be replenished. The jars at home were not deep, and the jars in the city, so people heard, were dear. The baker kept his oven going a little longer after dawn, knowing a few neighbors would arrive late, their chores slowed by the light. A seamstress began to sew with a younger apprentice seated near her, 2 pairs of eyes where one used to do. A shepherd extended the path by the stream so the flock could graze longer, where the grass held what light there was. All small, all tenderly done. One night, the sky did something almost kind. The haze thinned and the moon came through, round and human, with its old face visible, the markings like familiar fields from childhood. 100 heads tipped upward along the lanes. People greeted it by instinct, some with a little bow of the chin, some with a sigh, some with a hand briefly lifted. Even the dogs quieted. For a few minutes, the village stood in agreement. Here, at least, was a trustworthy lamp. Then clouds closed again, and the agreement folded itself away like a clean cloth for later use. By the end of that week, the absence of shadow had become the day's chief story, told in different accents in every doorway. Not a crisis yet, at least not by the large measures of history, but a friction against every small task. Men and women bore it the way they bore other frictions: patched sandals, short harvests, aching knees. They bore it with lowered voices and a few jokes, and the stubborn belief that tomorrow would present itself for duty, however modestly dressed. And still, the sun wore its blue scarf at noon. Children stretched their arms like wings and tried to throw themselves, light as sparrows, against the ground, just to see their outlines land beside them. A few times, if the wind lifted a corner of the haze, there it was, a narrow band of dark, thin as a reed, the shadow of a small limb or the edge of a bucket. It would appear, then soften away. The appearance felt like a promise. The softening felt like a lesson. Both were accepted without applause. In later years, people would describe those days with careful words so as not to awaken old fear. The light was gentle, they'd say. The heat, shy. A scholar far away would write about ash and air, about oceans and wind. But those who stood in that village lane, hands tucked into belts, gauging the afternoon by the sound of a neighbor's broom, remembered something simpler and stranger. A world in which even the sun seemed to lower its voice, and yet the day, stubborn and plain, went on. People glanced skyward, uneasy but hushed. It is strange, isn't it, how human beings learn to live with almost anything, at least for a while. The missing shadows, the pale sun, the evenings that seemed to arrive earlier than they ought. These were noticed, certainly, and spoken of, but with the sort of caution one uses when speaking of a neighbor's illness. People nodded, murmured, and then returned to their weaving, their baking, their planting. To acknowledge too fully would have been to invite fear into the home, and fear was a guest few wished to seat at their table. Still, Unease moved like a draft through the cracks of every door. It was in the way mothers hushed their children's questions, soft hands pressing against soft hair, saying, "It's nothing. The son is only tired." It was in the way merchants lingered at their stalls after selling, as though uncertain if they should pack away or simply wait, hoping the light might return more strongly if given time. It was in the eyes of the old, whose memories stretched further, who looked at the strange sky and remembered fragments of tales told by their own grandparents, of dust falling from the heavens, of summers stolen by frost, of signs that once heralded famine. On the surface, life carried on. A girl walked to the well, balanced the jar on her hip, and greeted her neighbors with a smile that was a little thinner than before. A shepherd led his flock to the hillside, the bells of the goats chiming as they always had, though his whistle was quieter, his eyes scanning the horizon. A weaver set her shuttle through the loom, the steady beat sounding like a heart, though the cloth took longer to dye, the colors never quite matching what she expected. The unease revealed itself in pauses, conversations that drifted into silence, songs that faltered mid-verse, jokes told more loudly than necessary, as if volume might press back against doubt. These pauses were small, but they gathered, and in them lay the hush of a community that sensed, without words, that something was sliding just beyond reach. In the fields, farmers bent close to their soil. They tasted it on their tongues, rubbed it between fingers. The ground was cooler, damper, though rain had not fallen. "The sun is hiding," they said to one another. "It will come back," another replied, though the words lacked conviction. Seeds hesitated, sprouts curled inward. Where once green shoots had leapt toward light, now they inched upward like cautious children peeking through a doorway. Children, in fact, felt the change most keenly. They noticed when bedtime came before they were ready, when their games were cut short by a dusk that fell too soon. They whispered to each other in doorways, wide-eyed, asking if the sky was broken. One boy, holding his wooden toy sword, declared he would chase away whatever demon had swallowed the sun. His companions laughed, but not with the easy laughter of play, rather with a brittle edge that betrayed their own unease. The church bells rang as they always had, yet their sound carried differently, duller in the muted air. Inside, the priest chose gentler sermons, reminding the congregation that God had guided his people through wilderness before, that manna had fallen in times of need, that light would return in its season. People nodded, grateful for reassurance, but still they glanced upward as they stepped outside, as if expecting a different answer from the sky itself. Markets continued, though the rhythm grew softer. The baker's bread was smaller, the crusts paler, the fisherman's catch thinner, scales dulled by the dimness of the sea. A woman selling onions apologized without knowing why, as though she were personally responsible for the light's absence. Buyers pressed coins into her hand with more kindness than usual, each aware that blame had no use. Even the animals seemed to share the unease. Dogs barked at odd hours, then fell silent, ears twitching. Crows gathered on rooftops, watching with restless eyes. Goats grew stubborn, refusing paths they had followed for years. These were small things, but strung together, they made a pattern, and patterns carry weight. At night, when fires were banked low and families gathered near the hearth, talk grew more cautious still. Fathers spoke of weather, of taxes, of repairs. Mothers whispered of sickness, of shortages. Children listened, pretending to sleep, absorbing the tension in every half-finished sentence. and always the same question pulsed beneath. What if the light does not return? Yet even unease found its rituals. People crossed themselves more often, lit lamps earlier, shared meals with neighbors more readily. A family gave a jug of milk to a widow without waiting for thanks. A potter left a jug at the church steps, anonymous, a silent prayer for mercy. These small gestures became talismans, a way of pushing back against the hush. And still, the sky remained pale. Each day arrived a little thinner, each shadow shorter. Farmers bent lower, mothers hushed more quickly, children whispered more often. Unease settled into the bones of the village, not yet panic, but something quieter, steadier, harder to shake. It was not the loudness of fear that marked those days, but its quietness, the way people glanced skyward, the way voices dropped, the way hearts beat a little faster in the pauses. Quiet unease, a companion, unwelcome yet constant, walking beside them in every task, whispering without words that the world was changing in ways they could not name. Crops falter beneath an unseen barrier. By the time the first shoots should have been reaching, bright and eager, little banners of spring raised above the soil, the fields answered more slowly than anyone liked to admit. The seed had gone in on time, carefully, reverently, really, as people do when they trust the season to keep its promise. Lines were straight, furrows neat, the kind of order that pleases an old farmer's eye. But when children were sent to look for green, they returned with more questions than handfuls. "They're there," a girl said, holding up a smear of damp soil on her palm. "Just not ready yet." And because she said it bravely, her mother kissed her hair and said that small beginnings were still beginnings. A week passed, then another. The haze above did not change its mind. Sunlight arrived like a shy guest at a doorway, smiling politely, never quite stepping in. Men unbent their backs and stood with hands on hips, blinking at the fields as if a squint could coax growth. Women bent closer, lifting the edge of soil with cautious fingers the way a midwife checks for breath. Green existed, to be sure, but held tight to the earth, unwilling to declare itself. The old line, "They'll catch up," made one last round of the lanes, and then retired, as sayings do when they can no longer carry the load. On the slope above the village, the communal field lay like a book opened to the most important page. It had always been a comfort, that piece of ground, owned by everyone and no one, worked together in sowing and reaping, a hedge against the misfortune of a family plot gone wrong. If you wanted to take the temperature of the year, you went there. You put your hands in that soil and listened. This spring, the page read softer, paler, as if some thumb had rubbed away the dark ink of growth. "It's like there's a window between the sun and the plants," one man said, groping for words. "Like the light is there and not there." People nodded because the image felt right, a pain you couldn't see, only feel, standing between the fields and the warmth they needed. They tried everything old wisdom offered. They tilled a second time in narrow strips to break the crust and let the weak light in. They watered at dawn and again at late afternoon, not wasting a drop, as if timing might sweeten the thinning day. A grandmother steeped nettles in a barrel until the liquid turned brown and sharp, then sprinkled it along the furrows, humming a tune whose words no one remembered. A boy held polished mirrors borrowed from the church at the edge of the field to throw the sun, as he called it, laughing at his own grand idea while the elders grinned, grateful for his stubborn faith in small experiments. Some things answered awkwardly. Peas sent up pale ladders of curl, slow as a yawn. Cabbage held its leaves close, making small fists instead of heads. Barley did its best, because barley always does, but its color was the gray-green of someone not yet recovered from an illness. Wheat, proud and particular, sulked. One morning, a veil of frost kissed the lowest places of the valley, picking out the hollows like a map. It was June. People walked those shining edges with their hands deep in their sleeves, saying nothing at all. The animals wrote their own commentary. Cows, sensible creatures who would rather not be dramatic, began to hold their milk back. Goats gave thin streams and complained more than usual about the order of things. Chickens missed a day, then two. A child went out with a basket and came back with 3 brown feathers and the kind of puzzled look that sinks a heart faster than bad news. Even the bees, whose business is optimism and faience, came home later, their bodies dusted with a strange pale film, as if they had flown through a high invisible curtain. The beekeeper tapped the side of one hive and put her ear to the wood. The hum was there, steady, but lower, like a choir after a long day. Of course, people adjusted, because that is what people do. The miller agreed to grind smaller lots, so families could watch their stores more carefully. The baker began to mix acorn meal and crushed beans into the dough, not because he wished to, but because stretch is a kind of prayer. He shaved his loaves a finger width smaller and made a show of setting aside the ends for those who came late with not quite enough coin. No one complained. When bread arrives at all, you thank the hand that baked it, and the hands that planted, and the hands that milled, and you do not speak too long about the taste. A meeting was called in the square. Nothing grand, just neighbors leaning against walls, children orbiting the edges, the headman with his ledger under his arm, a priest standing by not to command, but to bless whatever modest consensus could be found. The talk was gentle at first. Keep the seed chest sealed. Share tools to avoid waste. Pair strong backs with tired backs, so no row goes unhoed. If a family falls short, we make it up quietly. We've done that before, someone said, with a pride too humble to be boast. Then a fisherman lifted a hand and, with an apologetic glance at the sky, said the catch had thinned, and salt was dearer, and he would do what he could, but he could not conjure scales out of absent light. We know, the headman said, and wrote nothing down, because some things are not for the ledger, only for the heart to remember when it counts. In years of plenty, the seed chest sleeps like a well-fed cat. In years of worry, it becomes a shrine. This year, it gained a second lock. The blacksmith, who is not a hard man by nature, hammered the loop with a face he usually reserves for bad iron. 2 keys were made, one for the headman's pocket, one for the priest's sleeve. They agreed to open it only together, and then only when sewing came round again. Mothers nodded, fathers exhaled, children looked up at the chest as if it could purr. Everyone chose to believe that within those stout boards lay next spring itself, folded and waiting. Not all understandings came so easily. There were whispers about a sack gone missing from a storehouse where sacks do not walk away. There was a boy found asleep among the sheep, his pockets lined with a handful of peas collected like jewels from the stingy vines. He cried when woken, not because he feared a scolding, he would take that, but because hunger borrows tears from even the brave. The shepherd, an old man with knees that hurt in weather, sighed, put his hand on the boy's head, and sent him home with a quiet instruction. Ask next time, and I will share the asking with you. If mercy is a kind of harvest, it begins in such small fields. Travelers brought news that was not news, and yet stung nonetheless. In the market up the road, candles sold by handfuls before noon. In the town by the river, they had cut wood for next winter already, as if spring were only a rumor. A peddler from the south had a story of a city where lamps burned at midday in the halls of the great. He described the light there as the light of storm that never breaks, and his voice carried the tired awe of a man who had walked beneath it and could still not name it. There was talk of a barrier, a word people tried on their tongues as if it might fit. They did not mean a fence or wall exactly, but some high screen that made everything on earth slightly less itself. The barrier kept no person from moving. Roads were open, doors unlatched, but it kept warmth from touching what needed touching. If you held your palm to a sun-warmed stone at noon, it felt like morning. If you stood in a field at evening, it felt like late autumn. As if someone has taken one note out of the scale, a lute player said, plucking a string and wincing at the way the melody leaned without its middle. Work doubled, as if by instinct. People weeded more to spare the slowed plants competition. They mulched, remembering grandmother's old sayings about blankets for roots. The well rope dipped more often, and the path to the spring grew shiny with use. Children learned to carry 2 small jugs instead of 1 big one, not because they were stronger, but because patience, like water, can be divided and still quench. A young mother tied a scarf over her hair and over her daughters, a small ceremony of twin knots, and they set to thinning rows together, counting softly, saving every third plant, letting rhythm be a kind of comfort. Evenings grew more intentional. Families met in 2s and 3s rather than alone. A pot of stew would move across 2 doorways. A loaf would be cut in thinner slices and set on 3 boards instead of 1. Stories, never in short supply, thickened. People told old tales about winters that overstayed, summers that came late, years when acorns saved more than one town. It was not denial. It was pedagogy, a gentle teaching that reminded the mind of how wide the calendar is, how sometimes the year stumbles and yet still reaches the gate of harvest in its own limping way. In the midst of this careful living, a child grew excited one morning and tugged her father to the field. "It's taller," she said of the barley, dancing on her toes. He knelt to measure, and yes, by the width of a thumb, maybe 2. He looked up at the sky, the same thin blue, the same veiled sun, and then back at the stalks. He laughed, surprised, and the laugh had the sound of a gate opening a notch. He kissed the child's forehead and said, "We will thank them for each thumb then." That day, almost everyone found a thumb of height to celebrate, even if they had to bend low and squint until their eyes watered. Gratitude, like seed, is encouraged by attention. It would be tidy to say that this small festival of thumbs turned the tide. It did not. The frost came again in a low place where the stream elbowed the field, whitening the leaves like breath on glass. Cabbage sulked into a gray that looked like resignation. The peas, tired of laddering upward without reward, turned their little hooks inward. The wheat's heads, when at last they formed, sat light and spare in their husks, like rooms where furniture had been sold. The barley, faithful but stretched thin, set grain that rattled before its time. A second meeting took place, quieter than the first, as if speaking softly could hide the arithmetic. The headman ran his finger down the ledger and said out loud what some had already started to know. "We will have enough, if we treat enough, like a guest who prefers a smaller plate." No one laughed. Silence, which in loud times can be cold, felt like agreement here, a blanket of consent folded over a common bed. The priest lifted his hand, not to preach, but to remind. "We will keep Sabbath," he said. Even God stopped to breathe. Rest is not a luxury. It is a way of making room for help you cannot see. There was a stubborn kindness in that, the kind that kept people from working themselves to bareness. If the barrier above would not move for human effort, then human effort would spend itself where it still mattered, on fair measures, on weary bones, on lamp oil, on listening. A letter came, rare as rain in summer, from a cousin in a coastal town. It reported ships bound for the capital loaded with grain from the south. "We bake at noon with lamps," the cousin wrote in a hand that wobbled like a man riding on a moving cart. "But baking continues." The postscript, as often happens, held the heart of the thing. "Tell the children to notice the good minutes." Today a gull cried over the harbor as in ordinary years. I tell you this so you will recall the sound the letter passed from hand to hand until the paper softened. A widow who could not read pressed it to her chest and closed her eyes as someone said the gull's cry out loud for her. Here and there, a stranger arrived. One was a mason traveling light who offered to repair chimneys for bread and a place in the barn. He had the eyes of a man who had looked at too many roofs thatched thin. He worked without a whistle. Whistling felt wrong, he said, when the air was working so hard just to be light. Another was a woman with a sack of herbs and remedies. She sat under the awning by the well and traded advice for a bowl of broth. "Dry your laundry indoors," she said. "The dew takes longer to leave than it ought. Put straw at the base of your beans to keep their feet warm. Sing to your babies," she added, and when someone laughed softly at that, she lifted a brow. "You sing for them," she said, "and also for yourselves. A song is a lamp you can carry in your throat." People tried it that night and found it true, and then, as if to prove that the year had a sense of humor left, the sun made a bright attempt one afternoon, a sudden push through the veil. Shadows showed, thin as reeds but honest, and the village froze in the lanes, not out of fear, but in an instinctive act of respect, like standing when a tired old teacher enters the room. Children played with their dark twins on the ground for the space of 3 counting songs. A woman held a shirt up to the light and laughed at how plainly white it looked. A man lifted his hat and tapped it twice against his thigh, and the hat's shadow bowed on the dust. Then the veil returned, as softly as a hand placed on the shoulder of a friend who was getting ahead of himself, and the attempt folded shut. There were no groans, only a few nods, as if to say, "We saw. Thank you. Try again when you can." If there was a climax to that first hard season, it came not with noise, but with a list posted beside the church. Nothing more dramatic than a column of names, a schedule of shared watches at the seed chest, of turns at the well, of whose lantern would be spared for the schoolroom so the children could keep their letters. People stood before the list with hats in hand and traced the notes with their fingers. It was all very plain. We will be careful here, and here, and here. A quiet plan is a defiance that doesn't need to raise its voice. From the hill at dusk, the village looked like any other in a year that had misplaced its proper sun. A thin smoke lifted from cooking fires. A few lamps pricked the lanes. The fields held their breath like a choir listening for the first note. The unseen barrier still lay between sky and soil, a glass that no one could find the edge of. But below it, men and women went on mending, measuring, mixing, and making room. They cut their loaves thinner and their stories longer. They saved seed as if it were tomorrow in a wooden box, and in the stubborn arithmetic of kindness, bread divided, hours shared, small jokes told at just the right time, They found a warmth that did not require permission from the sun. A stranger arrives who feels strangely familiar. The first to notice him was the boy who carried kindling for the baker, an observant child with an ear for unusual footsteps. Most people came up the road in a plain rhythm, heel-toe, the music of errands. This one came with a pause between beats, as if measuring the ground before he claimed it. Not a limp, not quite. More like someone listening down through the soles of his shoes. The boy looked up from his bundle of sticks and saw a figure in a travel-stained cloak, gray with the dust of many miles, head bare to the pale day. He walked as though he knew the village without having seen it, his gaze moving not to the largest house or the market stall, but to the spaces between. Door lintels, hedge gaps, the stone at the well where 100 hands had polished a shallow, thumb-sized dip. By the time he reached the square, a few adults had set aside their tasks in that casual way villagers do when something draws their attention and no one wishes to be the first to admit it. The stranger nodded to each person he passed, the nod of a man used to meeting eyes. At the well, he set down a small pack and leaned his staff against the wall. Then he did an odd, old-fashioned thing. He drew from his pack a narrow strip of polished metal, no longer than a dagger, and held it up toward the washed-out sun. Not a weapon, a mirror, but not the vanity sort. He tipped it, turned it, watched the pale light crawl across its surface as if reading an inscription laid over the day. "Are you selling trinkets?" the baker asked gently, a question offered like a chair. "Have a seat. Tell us what you bring." The stranger smiled, and the smile had the grace of someone who has been asked that many times and never takes offense. "No trinkets," he said. His voice had sand in it, the sound of roads. "I am selling nothing. I am—" He paused, as if weighing which word would be most polite. "Looking." Looking for what? The question floated up from 3 mouths at once and then dissolved in embarrassed laughter. The stranger did not seem to mind the chorus. "For the angle," he said. "For the color that is not a color. For how the light breaks when it shouldn't and refuses when it ought." He lowered the strip of metal and turned it, so a streak of that pale sun stroked the well's stone lip. "I am told this village keeps careful watch. I have come to learn how you are watching." That was not the sort of sentence usually heard in the square. The headman, who had been arranging lines in his ledger with a stub of charcoal, as if neatness might keep events in order, stepped forward. "We are watching with our feet on the ground," he said, not unkindly. "You can see the fields from the hill. The shoots hesitate. The bread is small. The light is thin. If you are a man of numbers, you will not find many that please you." "I have nothing against numbers," the stranger said, "but I keep them as a man keeps salt, sparingly and near the end." He bowed, a small bow that acknowledged the headman's authority without making a show. "May I introduce myself? I am Matthias. Once I copied books for a monastery on the coast. Then I began to walk and found I learned more with the dust and the pages together than with either alone." He touched the mirror. "This helps me catch what the eye insists it is seeing." "Matthias," the priest repeated, stepping closer. "You carry scripture in your mouth." He meant the name, of course, but also the gentle patience with which the stranger spoke. Matthias inclined his head. "I carry scripture in my bag," he said. "In my mouth I carry questions." If the village felt wary, it did not show it. You learn, in a small place, that suspicion is expensive. The baker offered the traveler a heel of bread. "Still warm?" he said apologetically. as though warmth were out of fashion these days. The seamstress brought a needle to resecure a loose button on the cloak, her fingers moving with the competence that comforts on thin afternoons. A child, perhaps the same boy with the kindling, slipped behind Matthias to study the mirror at closer range, his own round face blooming briefly in its shallow light. "It makes the day look like water," the child whispered. "It does," Matthias agreed. "And sometimes water tells the truth better than glass." They sat him on a bench that was really a plank over 2 stones. There is a certain tender ceremony in how a community hosts a stranger when the year has gone awkward. Kindness leans a little forward, eager to prove it still knows its steps. Matthias ate the bread slowly, in neat bites that left no crumbs for birds, and listened to the story the village told, of shadows missing at noon, of frost on wrong mornings, of wheat heads that rattled before their time, of bees slow to sing and children quick to notice. He asked no sharp questions, only a few that rested in the air like hands on a table. When did the blue show itself most? Which slope held its greenness the longest? Where did the mist sit at dawn? Who woke earliest by habit, and was it still early? He asked for the name of the hill. Villages always have a private name for their hill, and smiled when he heard it. "Of course," he said, though he would never see that name on a map. In the afternoon, he walked with the headman and the priest to the communal field, and then alone with a cluster of children, because children see what is there, without asking it to be dramatic. He set the mirror at different angles along the furrows, and made a low, humming sound with his breath that had no tune but set a rhythm for their looking. When he reached the low place where frost had visited in June, he knelt and put his palm on the dirt. "It's like touching a forehead," he said. "You can tell the difference between cool and worried. This is worried." The children, sober as acolytes, touched the soil too and nodded, taking in the diagnosis as if it were an assignment. "What do you see that we don't?" the headman asked, not out of pride, but out of the weary courtesy of a man prepared to learn if learning would help. Matthias considered. "You see what I see," he said. "You have been here every day. You are already scholars. I can only name a few things to make your seeing easier to carry." He pointed to the wheat. "Heads light, stalks careful. The plant is keeping its courage in its roots, not in its flags. It is a prudent decision for a difficult year." He shifted the mirror. "The light that reaches us is missing its warm half. It is shine without heart. It is enough to write by, perhaps, not enough to knit by." The priest chuckled in spite of himself. "I have felt that in my fingers," he said. "And in mine," the seamstress agreed later when the report reached the square. In the evening, as lamps were trimmed and the thin day stepped back to let the honest night take its proper place, Matthias told a story. Not a sermon, nothing that took a stand on why God does one thing and not another. Simply a history that had the shape of a lullaby. "Once, long before our grandparents' grandparents," he began, "there was a summer that forgot itself. The sun went shy. Some said smoke had traveled from a mountain that had burned, far beyond the edges of the maps. Some said the sea had thrown up a skin that bent the light. In one town, the people hung bright cloths on lines across the square so that color would lean over them as they walked. In another, they rang bells at noon, not to call, but to answer a thin day with a good sound. They shared seed in quiet, wrote down birth names so memory would not be lost if the year proved cruel, and kept a candle in the window of the school so that letters would not go dark. They did not know when it would end, but they acted as if it would, and this made the waiting easier to bear. Did they live? Someone asked in the pause that followed. People did not ask, did they thrive, for that would have been impolite to this year. Matthias's smile was both kind and honest. Some did, some did not, but the ones who shared outlasted those who hoarded by a margin that would make a bookkeeper proud. He held up his hands, palms open. I carry no thunder in my bag. I cannot press the sky, but I can offer company for your watching and a few measures for your work. He began the next morning with measures. They were not grand. He showed the school children how to lay 3 pebbles by the lip of the well each time they drew water, moving 1 pebble to the other side with each bucket until the 3rd moved and they stopped to rest their arms and notice the sky. You mustn't tire your patience, he said. It is a muscle, and muscles need pauses. He tore a strip of linen and tied it to the top of a thin pole in the communal field. It hung almost still, a pale flag, and when a breath of wind stirred it, the children cheered because even the tiniest angle could mean a degree of difference in the air. You will be the keepers of the small flag, he told them. Your reports will be poetry, not numbers. So each noon, a child would recite solemnly, the flag leaned like a reed toward the olive tree, or the flag slept today. And adults listened with expressions that blended amusement and relief. It is no small thing to be given away to speak about forces you cannot touch. With the seamstress and her apprentices, Matthias proposed a new order for the sewing circle. Lamp on the table at the beginning, not only at the end. Thread measured and wound on a pale shell to make it shine in thin light. Longer rests to let eyes soften. Do not punish your good sight for the sky's mistake, he said. With the beekeeper, he stood a long time without talking at all. 2 quiet people listening to the hum. When he finally spoke, it was a single suggestion. Move the hives a few yards toward the wall where heat gathered in afternoon. Sometimes warmth keeps its appointments with stone better than with air, he said. The beekeeper nodded. Later, when the honey came a shade richer, she did not say it was his doing. She said, "The wall remembers." He asked if he might borrow the church porch and a portion of the schoolroom and a corner of the mill yard, not to build anything, but to arrange what already existed so that attention would be easier. On the porch, he placed a plank scratched with a line and a date, a small almanac where anyone might mark frost, fog, or flaring lamp wicks. In the schoolroom, he hung the pale flag when it was not on duty, and children were allowed to stroke it at the start of their lessons, a simple permission that made them feel enlisted. At the mill, he placed a shallow bowl of water on a low stool to catch the day as if it were rain. Look at the bowl before you look at the sky, he told the miller's helper. It will tell you more gently. Even his mirror, so curious to the children at first, became only one object among many. He used it sparingly, as a man might use a fine knife, not for every task, but for the stubborn ones. He never turned it toward faces. He preferred faces unbent by the oddness of their reflections. When he did turn it toward the pale sun, he did so with a courtesy that suggested he was greeting a tired friend rather than interrogating a failed official. That tone spread. It is hard to scold the sky when a mild man is thanking it for what little it manages. In the evenings, people came to him with smaller questions that sounded like larger ones, and larger questions dressed in small clothes. "When do we cut the barley?" a farmer asked, thumb and forefinger measuring daylight in the air. "When the heads whisper," Matthias said, "lean over them. If they rattle like secrets told too soon, wait. If they shush you, bring the sickle." "How much should I stretch the soup?" a mother asked, ladle poised over a pot that already pretended to be generous. "Salt your kindness," he said, "not so much that it burns the tongue. Enough that it keeps—" "Is God angry?" a boy asked, and Matthias rested a hand lightly on the boy's hair. "I do not know," he said, "but I know you are loved. Love is a sturdier climate than any year can undo." On the third day, he asked to climb the hill alone. He carried the mirror and a small book bound in scuffed leather, and he was gone long enough that even the patient wondered. When he returned, he looked as men look when they have remembered something rather than discovered it. He gathered the village in the square, not commanding, simply standing where he had stood before, until the subtle gravity of a centered figure did its work. "I have 2 small things," he said, "and 1 large thing that is not mine to give." He held up his fingers. "The first small thing, make a gleaner's path." He explained it simply. A day each week when those who had little would be the first to enter the fields after harvest and take what the sickles missed. An old idea, really, pressed into service by a thin year. There were nods. The Bible in the priest's sleeve had a page for that. The second small thing, choose 3 keepers for the seed chest. 1 who prays, 1 who counts, 1 who forgets neither. The priest smiled without being named. The headman glanced at his ledger and gave a small, mock-suffering shrug that made the seamstress laugh. "Who forgets neither?" someone asked. 3 women looked at one another and then at the beekeeper, who lowered her eyes and then lifted them again. "I can remember," she said quietly, "and forget when forgetting is kinder." "And the large thing?" the headman asked, a man brave enough to inquire about gifts he expected not to receive. Matthias spread his hands. "The large thing is the sky. I cannot bring it down or scrape it clean. I think the world is wearing a thin shawl thrown around its shoulders from a far fire. I think the miles carry breath from places we will never see. I think the light will fatten again, but not because we want it to. It will fatten because the shawl will slip, and perhaps because a wind we do not feel will rise. That is all I know." There was no moan, no dramatic intake of breath, only the soft sound a village makes when it adjusts a belt 1 hole tighter and decides to walk on. He stayed a week, then 2. In that time, he patched the schoolroom's cracked window with oiled cloth so thin light spread better over the slate. He showed the miller how to rest the stones between customers so heat would be saved for the grain instead of the air. He traded stories with the old soldier who still wore his belt high and called any tool with a point a spear. He taught the children a quiet game for thin light afternoons, the listening game, in which you counted how many kinds of sound could be heard in a single minute: the rill at the spring, the bell on the goat, the gossip of a hen, the hush of a broom. The winner was always the child who remembered to include silence. He made one joke that stayed with the village like a charm. When a woman asked how to preserve apples without enough sun to dry them, he said, "Bury them in the priest's sermons." The square erupted, even the priest throwing back his head, and the woman, delighted, pressed a string bag of small apples into Matthias's hands in exchange for the permission to laugh. That night, the priest lifted his homily with a theatrical groan and said, "These are the finest jars I own." And the village laughed again. Humor is an herb that sweetens thin broth. On the morning he left, he rose early before the smoke threads lifted from the roofs and went to the seed chest. He did not touch it. He only stood with the priest, the headman, and the beekeeper in their new posts as pray-keeper, count-keeper, and kindly keeper. and bowed as one bows before a thing that holds more than wood and seed. The next attempt, the next season, the manners of hope. He pressed the mirror into the beekeeper's hands. "You will know when to use it," he said. "Not for faces." She nodded. He put the small leather book on the schoolroom table. Inside, neat notes, the order of the flag's reports, the bowl's reflections in clear and clouded hours, the ways hands found to spare themselves while work persisted. "These are only a start," he told the teacher. "Write more in the margins. Children will." At the gate he turned once, as travelers always do, to fix the place in memory. The boy with the kindling was there, empty-handed for once, looking taller by an inch that may have been pride. "Will you come back?" the boy asked. Matthias tilted his head. "If the road bends toward you," he said. "Or if your letters call me." He touched his breastbone. "You will write, and the writing will make a rope. I walk where ropes are thrown." The boy took this in with the gravity of a young messenger. He extended his hand. Matthias shook it as if the boy were a man, and then the traveler's curious rhythm, step, listen, step, listen, carried him down the road until the pale day folded him into its distance. After he was gone, people noticed that his absence felt less like subtraction than like a lantern left burning in several rooms at once. The flag kept its gentle duty. The bowl caught its daily weather. The seed chest sat with its new guardianship laughter, which had been rationed, loosened by a notch. The fields did not suddenly surge. The light did not immediately thicken. But the watching grew less lonely, and the work, in its careful increments, belonged to more hands. A week later, when a breath of wind moved the flag so it leaned not like a reed, but like the shoulder of someone starting to stand, a child ran to the teacher with a report. Today, the flag remembered a tune. The teacher, who had been wondering how to mark a change that could not be measured, wrote the sentence on the plank by the church, and adults passing by read it and let the corner of the day lift. Strangers' tales echo your own hidden fears. It was not long after Matthias took his leave that the road delivered new voices, though these did not arrive with mirrors or careful questions. They came weary, with dust ground into their hems, their words spilling like water that had been held too long. They were travelers from the east, and they carried with them more than packs. They carried echoes. The first pair appeared on a gray morning, when mist clung low to the fields, and the village seemed to breathe in silence. A woman and her brother by their look, thin and sharp-eyed, leading a donkey whose ribs showed beneath the hide. They paused at the edge of the square, as though unsure if they had stumbled into safety or into another trial. The villagers, cautious but curious, offered bread and a place to rest by the well, and when the woman spoke, her voice cracked with the weight of distance. She told of fields where snow had fallen in midsummer, where lambs born too late froze before they could stand. She spoke of fathers burying seed and hope, only to see it rot in the earth as though the ground itself had grown weary of feeding men. Her brother added the memory of empty churches, candles lit in vain, prayers whispered until throats turned hoarse. The sky, he said, was the same as yours, washed pale, as if someone had thinned the paint. The villagers exchanged glances, uneasy. It was one thing to note their own thinning shadows, their cautious wheat. It was another to hear the same tale sung from far hills. Confirmation is often more frightening than rumor, for it leaves less room for doubt. That night, by firelight, the newcomers shared their hardest truth. "We left our village," the woman said softly. because we could not watch it die. We thought perhaps the next valley would be kinder. She lifted her hands, palms upward, as though weighing the folly of that hope. But every valley wore the same sky. The villagers listened, silent, their hearts turning like millstones. They had already felt the gnaw of uncertainty. Now it had a chorus. Days later, another small group arrived. 3 men, 1 woman, and 2 children. Their story wound itself around the first, like threads weaving a darker cloth. They came from further still, from lands near the sea, where the ships carried little grain and the markets less cheer. They had seen not only failed harvests, but sickness, fevers that took whole households within days. The bodies, one man said, were burned in pits, for the ground was too hard to dig. That word, burned, hung in the air like smoke. In the village, death had not yet come so cruelly. The people murmured prayers, some aloud, some in the silence of their hearts. Children, overhearing, pressed closer to their mothers, sensing the weight of words, even if not all the meaning. The new arrivals carried with them small tokens of home, a carved wooden cross, a bundle of dried herbs, a child's doll missing one eye. These they placed carefully by their pallets at night, as if anchoring themselves to what little had not been lost. In the morning, they shared more, of neighbors who had begun to whisper of divine wrath, of leaders blamed for angering heaven, of sacrifices made in vain to chase away the dim sun. We gave what we had, the woman said. Still, the light did not return. By the 3rd week, the village square had become a place of stories. Travelers stopped, rested, and poured out their burdens. The villagers, who had once spoken cautiously of their own troubles, now found themselves listening more than speaking. And with each tale came the same refrain: frost in summer, famine, strange skies, sickness spreading on the heels of hunger. It was not lost on them that these echoes carried a warning. If hunger deepened elsewhere, might it not also deepen here? If sickness had followed failed harvests in one land, could it not follow in another? Unease sharpened into something heavier, the way a murmur can swell into a chant. Yet something else happened too, quieter, but just as real. Listening drew them closer together. When a traveler spoke of losing a child to fever, mothers in the square held their own children tighter, and then, later, held them more gently, more gratefully. When a stranger described abandoned houses, left open to wind and wild animals, the villagers looked upon their own roofs and hearths with new reverence, tending repairs not just with duty, but with care. One evening, as shadows stretched long across the square, the priest addressed both villagers and travelers alike. He reminded them that sorrow shared is sorrow halved, that burdens carried together weigh less than those borne alone. His words did not change the sky or fatten the crops, but they eased shoulders, loosened throats. For a time, the hush lifted. The travelers did not stay forever. Some moved on, seeking safer ground. Some lingered, working for their bread, weaving themselves into the village's daily rhythm. A few returned eastward when news came of families needing them. But their stories remained, woven now into the villagers' own. Each echo became part of the larger song, a haunting refrain that deepened both fear and kinship. In quiet moments, at the well, in the fields, by the hearth, people repeated fragments of what they had heard. Snow in August, someone would say, shaking their head. Fever that takes by morning. Candles burning all day long. These phrases became like proverbs, warnings carried in the rhythm of ordinary speech. And yet, even as the echoes deepened fear, they also carved out a kind of resilience. Knowing that others faced the same darkness made their own struggle feel less like punishment, more like part of a greater tide. The villagers began to think not only of surviving for themselves, but of surviving as part of a wider story. If they endured, so can we, became a quiet motto, spoken over bread, over furrows, over tired shoulders. The pale sun still hung overhead, stubbornly dim. Crops still faltered, animals still grew lean. But now, when villagers glanced skyward, they did not only see the absence of light, they saw also the reflection of other eyes, other villages, other souls glancing upward at the same dim star. That knowledge, unsettling and steadying at once, bound them. In the hush of night, with travelers' voices still echoing in memory, families huddled closer to their hearths. They whispered blessings over the sleeping children, blessings that sounded very much like pleas. And yet beneath the worry lay something harder to extinguish than fear, the stubborn spark of shared endurance. Small mercies weave strangers into kin. By the time autumn leaned into its cooler days, the village had grown accustomed to the rhythm of arrival and departure. Strangers came, some stayed a night, others for weeks, their stories hanging in the air like threads waiting to be woven. But in between the echoes of famine and plague, there were other notes, softer, gentler, that carried just as much weight. They were the small mercies, the acts so modest they might have been missed had the times been easier. It began, as many mercies do, with bread. A widow, known for keeping to herself since her husband's passing in the last harsh winter, surprised everyone by baking 2 loaves instead of 1. She carried the extra to the square, her shawl pulled tight against the breeze, and set it down beside the well. For anyone, she murmured, not meeting the eyes of those who saw her. By evening, the bread was gone, and no one asked who had taken it. That night, more than a few slept with a full stomach who might not have otherwise. The next week, a young shepherd boy offered a lambskin to a weary traveler who had no cloak. The gift left him with only one for himself, yet he shrugged when his mother scolded. The man's bones were shaking, he said simply, and I am young. I can run to keep warm. His words spread quickly, and soon others began leaving woolen scraps, patched garments, and extra shawls on the church porch, where those in need could take them without shame. At the well, where unease had once gathered like fog, new customs sprouted. Women began drawing not only for their own households, but for the sick or elderly who could not carry heavy jars. One morning, the old beekeeper found her bucket already filled, a jug waiting at her door, with a sprig of rosemary tucked inside as a token. She smiled, her face folding into creases like a well-worn map, and whispered a blessing for the unknown giver. Even the children, who often understood more than adults guessed, created their own mercies. They began a quiet practice of leaving small treasures, smooth stones, feathers, carved sticks, on the steps of houses where grief had lingered. These tokens carried no practical use, but their simplicity was a balm. One grieving father found a feather at his threshold and wept, not from sorrow alone, but from the reminder that others saw his pain. The priest, watching these quiet offerings, remarked one evening by the fire, "Mercy is a lamp we light for one another when the sun falters." His words carried through the village, becoming something of a proverb. In the dim light of those uncertain days, the lamp of mercy was often brighter than the sky itself. Meals became another space for kindness. Families who had little still managed to stretch their stews just enough to invite a neighbor to share. Herbs were traded, spices passed along in small pouches, a single onion cut in half and given away. These exchanges were not grand feasts, but the warmth of sitting shoulder to shoulder, hearing another's spoon clink against a bowl, was a feast of another kind. One evening, a traveler from Thrace, thin as a reed, recited a story from his homeland in exchange for a bowl of lentil soup. He spoke of a festival where lanterns were floated on rivers, carrying wishes into the night. His audience, bellies filled with humble stew, listened with rapt attention. For a few moments, the fire's glow felt like that river, each face illuminated as though lit from within. Even animals became part of these mercies. The seamstress, who had always feared dogs, began leaving scraps for a stray that lingered at the edge of the fields. In time, the animal grew less wary, lying near the square as if keeping watch. Children named him Shadow, half in jest, half as a charm against the missing ones in the sky. Shadow's steady presence became another small comfort, a reminder that loyalty still walked the earth. It was not that hardship disappeared. Bellies still rumbled, crops still faltered, and travelers still carried grim tidings. But the small mercies worked quietly against despair, thread by thread. They reminded each person that survival was not measured only in grain stores or the health of livestock, but also in the bonds of kindness. One of the most touching moments came when the old soldier, who rarely spoke except to complain of aching knees, pressed his last piece of good leather into the hands of a cobbler passing through. "My boots have carried me far enough," he said, though everyone knew winter would soon bite. The cobbler, in return, mended the soldier's boots with scraps of his own, refusing to let the gift go unanswered. That night, as the soldier warmed his feet by the fire, he whispered that his boots felt like new. "Mercy travels in circles," he said softly, as if surprised by his own wisdom. The villagers began to notice how these mercies spread like ripples. One act invited another, and soon the square, once heavy with unease, carried a different air. Children laughed more freely. Laughter, which had become a rare visitor, began to visit daily. Even the pale sky seemed less oppressive when met with smiles. At the year's turning, when nights stretched long, the people of the village decided to mark the season not with grand ceremony, but with a gathering of mercies. Each family brought something, no matter how small, to a shared table in the square. A heel of bread, a pot of broth, a song, a story. They called it not a feast, but a joining. Around the fire they sat, strangers and kin alike, and for one evening, hunger did not dominate. Instead, gratitude filled the air, warm as the flames. The children, inspired by the Thracian traveler's tale, lit small candles in clay cups and set them on the well's edge. Their flickering light reflected on the water, trembling stars that answered the dim heavens above. People watched in silence, moved by the simple beauty. It was then the priest said, "Perhaps the heavens look down and learn from us." Whether or not the heavens noticed, the villagers knew that mercy had taken root. In a time when the world seemed stripped bare, these small mercies stitched lives together, turning strangers into kin, weaving a fragile but real fabric of hope. And though the sky remained pale, beneath it, hearts glowed warmer than they had in many months. Kindness becomes the only lasting coin trade. In ordinary times, is measured in silver or copper, in sacks of grain and jars of oil, in the clang of weights against scales. But these were not ordinary times, and the scales no longer balanced as they once did. Crops yielded less, herds thinned, and caravans that once rattled with full carts now arrived half empty. What then could people use to measure value when the earth itself had grown uncertain? In the village, the answer revealed itself gradually, like ink seeping into cloth. Kindness became its own currency, passed hand to hand, heart to heart, until it outweighed the coins that lay useless in chests. It began with a shoemaker whose leather had nearly run out. A traveler came barefoot, his soles cracked and bleeding. The shoemaker, shaking his head at the state of things, cut the last strip of hide from his bench and fashioned crude sandals. "I cannot take money for this," he said, though the traveler offered a pouch of coins. "What I need is not metal, but flour. If you can find some to bring back to me, we are even." The traveler agreed, and though weeks passed before he returned, he did come, back with a small sack of grain. The shoemaker, surprised, laughed aloud. "So the world still spins," he said, and the sandals had held. Word spread. Soon others began bartering in the same spirit. A weaver mended a cloak in exchange for honey. A carpenter patched a leaky roof and asked only for dried herbs to soothe his cough. A midwife, weary from her duties, accepted not coins but a promise that the family she helped would bring her firewood come winter. Each kindness became a coin, and each promise honored became proof that value could still be trusted. The old soldier, who had little left but his stories, found even those became part of this currency. One evening, he sat with children in the square and told them of battles fought in distant lands. His voice softened now, the edges worn smooth. The parents, watching their little ones sit rapt, decided to bring the old man soup the next night. "Stories are worth as much as bread," one mother said. The old soldier smiled, his chest swelling in quiet pride. Even labor became a coin. A young man helped rebuild a fence for his neighbor, who could no longer lift heavy posts. In return, the neighbor shared a jar of pickled onions that had been set aside for leaner months. "It is not much," the neighbor said, embarrassed, but the young man grinned. "It is enough to make the work taste better." As the weeks turned, this kindness economy grew. People began to keep track, not in ledgers, but in memory, of who had given what and to whom. It was less about exact repayment than about ensuring no hand stayed empty for long. The baker, short on flour, accepted dried figs instead of coin. The seamstress took wool scraps in place of silver. Even the priest, who had once frowned at barter as worldly, admitted during a sermon, "Perhaps the truest tithe is mercy given and received." Children played their part as well. They traded tasks among themselves. One gathered firewood while another fetched water, and in return, they swapped toys or saved each other a turn at the swing. Their laughter carried the lesson more clearly than any sermon. Fairness, trust, and joy could live even when money faltered. Travelers noticed. One man, pausing on his journey west, remarked, "I have passed through 3 villages and found none with bread. Here I find not only bread, but company. You trade in something greater than coin." The villagers, hearing this, felt a flush of pride. They had not sought to make a name for themselves, yet word of their kindness traveled farther than they did. Still, kindness as coin was not without cost. There were moments when the exchange failed. A promise of grain did not arrive. A roof patched in haste collapsed again. Some grew resentful, whispering that generosity should have limits. Yet even then, the community pressed back with gentleness. "If we do not forgive broken coins," the priest said, "we will have no purse at all." And so forgiveness too was added to the currency, making it richer still. Perhaps the most remarkable example came during the depth of winter. A family newly arrived, gaunt from hunger, had nothing to trade. No food, no goods, no skills beyond their weary arms. Yet they were taken in, given shelter in a half-empty barn, and fed from the community pot. "They can help when they are stronger," the headman said simply. Months later, when spring returned, the same family worked harder than any to sow the fields, their debt repaid in sweat and loyalty. Kindness as coin had one more virtue. It did not rust. Coins could be stolen, sacks of grain could rot, but the memory of mercy endured. It was carried in looks, in nods, in the ease of greeting between neighbors. It built something sturdier than wealth, a fabric of trust that could stretch without tearing. One evening, during a modest gathering in the square, the villagers reflected on this change. "We have less silver than ever," the shoemaker said. "Yet somehow, I feel richer." The old soldier chuckled. "Because what you spend, you keep. That is the trick of it." And they all laughed, not with the brittle laughter of fear, but with the warmth of belonging. The pale sky still lingered, and the earth's rhythms were not yet restored. But beneath that wan light, people discovered a different rhythm, the give and take of kindness, the flow of promises kept and mercies exchanged. And in that rhythm, they found a wealth no darkness could diminish. A city burns under a dim sun. The first whispers arrived, not on the wind, but in the mouths of passing traders. They spoke of a great fire in the east, a blaze that swallowed roofs and markets, temples and homes. At first the village thought it rumor. Fire is the oldest tale after all, and it often grows in the telling. But then came others, faces darkened with ash that no scrubbing could remove, and their silence spoke louder than their words. It was Constantinople, they said, the great city, heart of the empire. Smoke had risen like a second sky, blotting even the pale, faltering sun. For nights on end, the flames painted the heavens red, their glow stretching out across the sea so sailors navigated by fire instead of stars. The villagers, who had never seen Constantinople, pictured it as best they could. Streets winding like rivers of stone, markets crowded with voices, domes and spires gleaming when the sun was whole. To imagine such a place burning was almost impossible, and yet the evidence was there. In the blackened tunics of the travelers, in the smell that clung to them like a bitter incense, in the way their voices dropped whenever the city's name was spoken. One man told how he had fled with nothing but the sandals on his feet. He described standing on a rooftop, the flames chasing each other down alleys, leaping from house to house as if eager to outpace the wind. He spoke of mothers carrying children, of fathers dragging carts laden with whatever could be saved, of priests clutching relics, while churches themselves caught fire. It was not a city, he said, but a furnace. Another woman described the sky, how even at midday the sun was barely a smudge through the smoke, turning the day into a false twilight. "We thought the darkness had deepened again," she confessed. But it was not the sun this time. It was us. The villagers listened in stunned quiet. They had known hunger, had feared plague, had seen their fields falter. But fire was something different, sudden, merciless, consuming not slowly like famine, but all at once. It was the sound of a world ending in crackle and roar. At the well, they spoke of it in hushed tones. Could such a blaze be punishment, like the pale sun itself? Had heaven turned its anger not only upon crops and skies, but upon stone and mortar? The priest urged caution. "Do not be quick to declare wrath," he said softly. "Sometimes fire is only fire, though it burns like judgment. Yet even he admitted that the timing was cruel. Darkness above, plague whispering at the edges, and now a city reduced to embers. The world seemed unsteady, as if shaken by some unseen hand. The old soldier, who had marched through ruined towns in his youth, shook his head gravely. "Fire is worse than the sword," he muttered. "The sword takes a man. Fire takes his home, his memory, his ground." He spat into the dust, a small gesture against helplessness. But amid the horror, tales of mercy glimmered like sparks in the ash. Neighbors who had once quarreled over walls tore them down to make fire breaks together. Sailors risked their lives to ferry families across the straits. Women formed chains to carry water, their arms aching but unbroken. Even as the city burned, people clung to each other, refusing to let the flames consume their humanity. The travelers brought more than stories. They brought relics of survival. A scorched icon wrapped in cloth, its paint blistered, but the eyes of the saint still visible. A book, edges blackened, but words within still legible. A clay lamp, cracked yet able to hold oil. Each item was passed around the square, held reverently, as if touching them gave proof that endurance could rise from ruin. Children, wide-eyed, asked endless questions. Did the emperor see the fire? Did the horses run? Did the bells ring? The answers were halting, fragmented, sometimes choked with tears, and always the same question lingered unspoken. If such a city could fall to flame, what hope had smaller places? In the evenings, the villagers gathered at the fire pit, their own flames flickering modestly against the night. They stared into the embers and imagined the inferno of Constantinople, trying to reconcile the small, steady glow before them with the vast destruction they had heard described. "Let us tend our fire well," the headman said quietly, "so it never becomes our enemy." The image of the burning city lingered in. Dreams. Some woke in the night, certain they smelled smoke, though the air was clear. Others dreamed of running, always running, through streets that dissolved into ash beneath their feet. In the daylight, they worked harder to repair their own roofs, to store water in barrels, to clear brush from around their homes. Fear, transmuted into diligence, became its own kind of safeguard. When the priest preached the following Sabbath, he did not speak of wrath or punishment. Instead, he spoke of light, how fire could destroy, but also how it could warm, guide, and cleanse. "It is not fire we must fear," he said, "but the forgetting of one another in its glow." His words sank deep, steadying hearts that trembled at every new rumor. And slowly, as the stories of the burning city settled into memory, the village learned another truth. Catastrophe far away can shape the choices close at hand. They began to see their pale sun not only as a threat, but also as a fragile lamp, one they must guard with mercy and vigilance. The city had burned, yes, but out of its ashes came resolve to hold fast to what was theirs, to cherish each roof, each loaf, each hand extended in kindness. For though the world seemed eager to unmake itself, people could still choose to make again. A thin letter carries more than ink. The first snow of the season came down like sifted flour, fine and slow, dusting the thatch and the dark shoulders of the pines. It did not roar in with wind or boast with drifts. It arrived on cat's feet, soft and almost shy, laying a quiet over the village that even the roosters respected. Doors opened gently. Children stuck out tongues to catch the faint sweetness. Women smiled without meaning to, surprised that the sky, so miserly with light, could spare this handful of brightness. On that morning, As the square yawned itself awake, a rider appeared on the road. No soldier's plume, no merchant's laden cart, only a sturdy bay mare and a plain brown cloak. The mare's breath plumed in the cold. The rider's fingers were stained with ink, an oddity that made the baker raise an eyebrow. He dismounted without drama, loosened the girth, and patted the animal's neck as one might greet an old friend. "I carry messages," he said simply, "for those who have names in my satchel." The headman stepped forward, nodding his welcome. Carrying messages had become a strange trade in these years, a mantle folks wore with more reverence than pride. News was food of its own kind, and sometimes it saved a life faster than bread. The rider pulled out a leather roll, unlooped it, and read down the list in a voice that warmed with each familiar syllable. A murmur rose as he called names, and hands rose to claim folded papers, wax glinting like small moons on their seals. Near the end, he paused. "One more," he said, angling the paper to catch the gray light. "For the household of the weaver's daughter, the child who traveled west. With the carpenter's wife last spring, his gaze searched the faces. Is that family here?" The village seemed to hold a breath. A girl, older now by hunger and by kindness, stepped forward. The carpenter's wife, who had kept her, touched her shoulder. "We are here," she said, voice steady. The rider's eyes softened. He held out a narrow letter, seal impressed with a ship's small prow. No heraldry, nothing grand, just a careful emblem pressed by an ordinary hand. The girl did not rush. She turned the letter over the way one turns a shell found at the shore, curious to see if its underside holds a surprise. Her thumb traced the seal. "From Syracuse," the rider offered, as if such a name were a crumb he could give. The girl's eyes brightened. Syracuse, the harbor city across the water, where some who fled the burning capital had found edges of safety, where a man named Demetrios had promised, long ago and not long at all, to send word if he knew of her parents. She did not break the seal in the square, not from pride, from something like reverence. The carpenter's wife guided her home, their steps quick but not frantic, the way one carries broth to a fevered child, never splashing, never spilling, keeping heat contained. Inside, the small room smelled of wool and boiled barley. A single candle threw its quiet halo across the table. The girl sat. The carpenter's wife poured tea and set a hand near, but not on the letter, as if to lend it courage. When the seal cracked, it sounded like the tiniest twig. The girl breathed once, and then she read. "Little one," the letter began, not as a scold, not as a belittling, but with the tenderness of an old nickname that had survived distance and ash. "If this reaches you, then the sea has been kind, and so have men." The letters were formed with care. The hand of someone who paused often to be certain ink said what the heart meant. "We are alive." The girl's breath hitched. She read that line again, as if the words might melt if not held in the mouth twice. "We are alive," it repeated, "and we are looking." It named a church near the harbor, a street that sloped down to water, a woman who baked flatbread sweet with sesame. It spoke of a dock foreman named Demetrios, the same who took your place on the ship, and of his promise kept. The letter did not lie. It did not pretend the city was safe or the winter easy. "We are thin," it confessed, "and there is plague to the east and rumors to the west." It did not gild the road, but it told of a small room with a roof that did not leak, of work loading sacks that made shoulders ache a good ache, of a bowl of fish stew shared on a night when the wind tried the shutters and failed. "We light a lamp for you each evening," it said. "We say your name before the flame." The girl read on, eyes wet but clear. The letter asked if she had enough to eat, if the people where she lived were kind. It asked after the wool cloak she had left behind in the hurry of that terrible day. The writer remembered, even in calamity, the small tokens that knit a child to her own story. It asked forgiveness for the leaving. "We chose for you as best we could in the heat of the fire," it said. "If we chose wrong, may the saints soften that wrong until it fits like a shoe that does not bite." At the end, the hand faltered and then steadied. "We will come if we can," it promised. "If we cannot, we will send again. And if letters fail us, look to the harbor in spring. We will stand at the place where the nets are mended and watch for a girl who has grown. You will know us by my crooked finger and your mother's blue scarf." The girl placed the letter flat upon the table, palms on either side as if blessing bread. For a long while she did not speak. Sometimes hope is louder than grief, and it knocks the wind from you just as surely. The carpenter's wife waited, counting the girl's breaths, the way she had counted the rise and fall of her own children when fever took them to the edge and back. Outside, the snow thickened. The world hushed itself to listen. News ripples the way a pebble does on a pond, outward, out and away, affecting reeds and lilies that did not see the stone fall. The letter's news crossed the threshold and went into the street on careful feet. It moved from mouth to mouth. They are alive. Syracuse, a ship's prow on the seal, gaining not mass but warmth. At the well, women set their hands to the rope with fresh strength. At the blacksmith's, the hammer rose and fell with a rhythm steadier than fear. Even the old soldier stood straighter, as if reminded that not all missions end in smoke. By mid-afternoon, the headman invited the rider to sit by the communal fire. He had learned in these years that messengers need rest more than applause. The rider drank warm cider and told, without boasting, of other villages and other letters. "Some bear joy," he said, "some bear sorrow. The hand that writes can't choose the wind that carries, only the words." He showed them his kit. Goose quills sharpened like small trumpets, a block of resin, a stick of wax with a wick so one candle could bless a dozen seals, a small knife, clean and bright, for cutting twine and sometimes for slicing an apple, offered by a grateful widow, tools for sewing people to one another. At sundown, the girl brought the letter to the priest, not for interpretation, she had read it well, but because letters, like candles, sometimes want company. The priest listened as she read aloud. His eyes softened at the mention of spring, of nets mended, of crooked fingers and blue scarves. "Hope is a map," he murmured when she finished. "Not a promise that the road will be smooth, but a direction you can point your feet." He asked if she wished the letter copied in case the original was lost. She nodded. He fetched a sheet from the parish chest, yellowed but sound, and together they traced the words, placing each one carefully as if planting bulbs that would wake when ready. In the days that followed, the letter changed things without changing anything at all. The girl still rose before dawn to help twist wool and sweep ash, still fetched water, still learned the names of stars as they returned in cleaner skies. The carpenter's wife still kneaded dough, still hummed the same 3 lullabies, even when no child was sleeping. The world did not rearrange its furniture overnight, but the air in the small house felt looser in the chest, as if someone had opened a shutter you hadn't realized was closed. Every evening, the girl laid the letter flat and smoothed it with her palm. She lit a stub of candle and placed it near, not to test the paper, but to give it company. Sometimes she whispered a reply, half prayer, half report, into the warm breath that rose from the flame. "I am well," she would say. "The seam on my sleeve holds. I laughed today when the cat chased its tail. I am taller than the door latch. Do not worry. Come if you can. I will stand at the edge of the field in spring and look east." Others, seeing this gentle ritual, began their own. A man with a son in the army wrote onto a scrap of birch bark, not because any messenger would take such a thing, but because the act of writing steadied his hands. A grandmother who had outlived 3 winters pressed her thumb into a lump of wax and said the names of those she missed, trusting that fingerprints are a kind of prayer. The village, without decree or trumpet, began to treat words as hearthstones, places you could warm yourself when the wind decided to test your bones. One market day, the writer returned, not with new letters, but to collect those the priest had copied for elsewhere. The girl asked shyly if he would carry a reply to Syracuse when the roads allowed. He smiled the way men do when their trade matches their heart. "I never leave without a bundle," he said. "Hope rides lighter than sacks of grain." In the square, he set up a board on a barrel and sharpened a quill. Those who could not write lined up with stories in their mouths and names on their tongues. He wrote as they spoke, slowly, faithfully, reading each line back so the words would sit right in the ear before they sat forever on the page. Snow came and went. The pale sun practiced, some days stronger, some days shy. The girl's letter, now copied and carried, lived in 2 places at once. In her house, where its paper softened at the folds, and on the road, tucked in the writer's pouch among other hopes, all humming quietly like bees in a winter hive. Not every letter that season bore gladness. One told of a cousin lost to fever. Another reported a ship gone missing between 2 harbors that had never been far apart. The village received those too, with bowls of soup and the borrowed courage of clasped hands. The writer said nothing grand about balance or fate. He knelt by the hearth, warmed his fingers, and listened. He knew the cost of ink, but he also knew the uses of it. On a day when the clouds parted just enough to show a thin blue, he set the tip of his quill to a fresh page and wrote a line he had heard from a woman in a far-off town, a line that he had carried like bread at the bottom of his satchel. "We say each other's names before the flame." He could not remember her face, not clearly, but he remembered the steadiness in her voice, the way she had spoken as if she were laying stones across a creek so others might cross. Spring, as everyone knew, had become a negotiator. It did not march in as it once had. It tested the door, then came in sideways, apologizing for being late with flowers tucked behind its ear. On the first day the frogs called from the ditch, the girl took her letter to the edge of the field and stood with her back to the village, looking toward whatever lay beyond the far hill. She did not expect a figure to rise out of the distance and come toward her at once. Hope is not a clock, but she stood there anyway, just as the letter had instructed, her palm pressed flat to the ship's little seal through the paper, as if to steady that small prow against imaginary waves. A breeze came up, teasing loose hairs from her braid. The field smelled of thawing earth, a damp, honest scent that makes you want to plant something just to see it grow. Far off, a cart creaked. Closer by, a lark found its courage and tried a few notes. The girl closed her eyes and let the sounds make a map of where she was. Here, now, alive. When she turned back toward home, she walked more lightly. Not because she was certain of the ending, but because the middle had been blessed. A letter had traveled through smoke and snow to find her. Words had put down roots. That night, the carpenter's wife set one extra place at the table, not out of superstition, but as a way of making room. For whoever arrives, she smiled, even if it is only good news. The girl laughed, and it sounded like something unclenching. In a world still trying to remember its proper colors, such laughter painted a small, sturdy stripe of gold. The rider slept in the loft above the stable. Before he climbed the ladder, he patted the mare's neck and tucked his satchel beneath his cloak. Letters, as he knew better than anyone, like to be kept warm. Some roads feel like they've been waiting for you. The letter did not shout a command. It set a table. It laid out a place and said, "When you are ready, come and sit." Through the rest of that winter, the girl carried the folded page as one might carry a small ember cupped in both hands, not to be waved about, not to be squandered, but to be kept alive. She slept with it under her straw pillow, near enough that her ear could hear the soft rasp of paper when she turned. In the mornings, she would check the seal, as if it were a pulse, still there, still warm. Preparations, when they began, sounded less like drums and more like drawers. The carpenter's wife opened her cedar chest and took stock, a spare shawl redarned at the elbows, 2 linen shifts thin with years but honest, a pouch with needles and the good thread, a twist of salt. The headman loaned a walking staff polished by generations of palms. The priest offered a blessing that smelled of beeswax and old books. No one made speeches. They tied knots, counted biscuits, checked the weather by the shape of the clouds and by the ache in the old soldier's knees. "It is not a campaign," the carpenter said kindly to the girl, seeing how she sought order in these small tasks. "It is a visit of the heart." Still, he ran a whetstone over his knife and patched the shoulder of his coat. Visits of the heart, he knew, travel better with good tools. The road itself seemed to hear the plan. A hard freeze crusted the ruts so the cartwheels would not sink. Then a mild day softened the air enough to make breath feel generous. Winter had learned to negotiate. It would not pretend to be spring, but it would allow a safe passage if asked properly. The village asked properly. They rose early, they spoke softly, they left their gate as if closing a door behind a sleeping child. They were 4, the girl, the carpenter's wife, the rider who knew the road's moods, and the old soldier who insisted his knees needed reminding of long miles, and who, when no one looked, touched the girl's cloak with a grandfather's worry. The carpenter would follow in a day with the cart, should the path prove kind. For now, they traveled light, bread wrapped in cloth, apples kept from bruising by a nest of wool, a small bottle of vinegar against thirst and chance, 1 copper coin with a hole drilled in it, a charm as much as payment. The first day's walking was the kind that makes the world seem well behaved. Frost sketching the ditch grass, crows holding council on a fence, smoke rising from farm chimneys in exact lines. The rider set a pace like a lullaby. "It is not a race," he said, "and we are not rabbits." They passed a wayside shrine where someone had hung a sprig of rosemary and a scrap of ribbon the color of seawater. The girl touched the ribbon with her fingertips, as if to test whether the sea could be trusted to keep such a color. Midday found them at a brook with water so clear it seemed already melted glass. They ate in that ordinary holiness that arrives when hunger meets bread, and there is no quarrel between them. The old soldier told a story the way he liked to tell them now, with the sharp corners sanded down. He spoke of a winter march years ago, and of how, at the worst bend in the road, a woman had come out of a cottage with a pot of stew. She ladled by faces, he said, not by rank. That was the best part. The girl tucked that away as one tucks a pebble in a pocket. Small, weighty, true. Afternoon sloped itself toward evening with the slow courtesy of short days. A wind came up from the east with salt on its breath, the first hint that the sea was not just a word. They came to an inn whose signboard showed a fish leaping toward a star. Inside, the fire had that low, well-fed sound only a seasoned hearth can make. The innkeeper, a woman with a calm eye and hands that remembered flour even when they were empty, nodded them to the long table. They paid for stew with a spindle of clean wool and the skill of mending a bench that had forgotten how to be loyal. The exchange pleased everyone. "Kindness keeps better than coin," the innkeeper said, wiping her hands on her apron. The rider smiled into his cup. "It travels farther, too." Up in the loft, sleep came like a cat. After a little circling, the girl lay between the carpenter's wife and a wall of warm boards. She traced the letters of the letter in her head, not to test her memory, but to soothe it. Crooked finger, blue scarf, nets mended. She saw her parents' faces in that plain, tender script, both as she had last known them, and as they might be now, thinner, perhaps, and wiser at the mouth. The rope bed creaked when she turned. Below, the old soldier muttered in his sleep, and then settled, as a kettle finds the right place on the grate. Dawn brought gulls. You can hear a sea you cannot yet see when gulls announce it. Their voices are part complaint, part joy, the honest argument of creatures who know where their meals come from and who want them on time. The road ran down toward a broad marsh where reeds wore beads of ice. Far off, water lay like a sheet of pewter that someone had polished in the middle and forgotten at the edges. A smell of tar and rope arrived shyly and then boldly. The rider pointed his chin toward a fold in the land. "Another hour," he said, as if offering a small, sweet orchard after a hill. They passed travelers whose burdens announced their trades, a cooper with staves strapped like ribs to his back, a woman whose basket smelled so strongly of bay leaves you could taste them on your tongue, a boy leading a cow with more patience than authority. The old soldier tipped his cap to each as one salutes a shared condition. The girl kept her eyes on the far blue-gray strip that thickened as they walked. Sometimes, when you finally approach a thing you've long imagined, your mind wants to look away for fear of misplacing the picture. She did not look away. At the crest of the last rise, the city showed itself not with trumpets, but with roofs. Terracotta, slate, thatch patched by care and by necessity, all huddled toward the harbor, the way people lean toward someone telling a quiet story. Masts made a new forest, where the old one had been cut to make them. Sails furled against the winter air like sleeping wings. Smoke made an honest promise of fish stew and tar. And there, like a held breath finally exhaled, was water, wide and sure, the color of a bruise healing. The rider paused, letting the girl claim the view at her own speed. The carpenter's wife set her hand lightly on the girl's sleeve. The old soldier stood as if a command had been given out of habit and happiness. "Syracuse," he said, not as a boast, but as a way of writing the word into the day. The road became a street without confessing it. Carts jostled, vendors called softly. A dog carried a length of rope whose story only the dog knew. The priest's letter had named the church near the harbor and the sloping street, and the baker with sesame. The rider asked where the nets were mended. 3 people pointed before he had finished the sentence. The way to a city's heart is not in its walls, he knew, but in the way its people answer questions. They passed the baker's door just as she lifted a flat round from the oven, the sesame waking into fragrance. The girl's hands went to her stomach without asking permission. The baker looked up and smiled the smile of one who guesses a story but does not pry it open. "You are expected," she said, sliding a warm loaf toward them as easily as if she were moving a piece on a board game. "Down 2 doors, under the rope with the blue rag. Watch your heads for the low beam." The mending place was both workshop and small harbor of its own. Nets lay like sleeping maps, their knots small villages the mender visited and revisited with his needle. Tar and salt, wool and sun-baked twine, a coil of line so well loved it gleamed. Men and women worked with the patience of fishers who know a hole missed today is a lost catch tomorrow. In the corner, a stray cat, tar-marked and opinionated, kept the bench by right of tenure. "Demetrios?" the writer asked, though he already knew. A broad-shouldered man looked up, his beard more winter than fall, his eyes quick and kindly. "You have brought a letter to life," he said, setting his needle down. He wiped his hands on a rag that might once have been blue. "And you," he said to the girl carefully, as if approaching a deer in a quiet meadow, "have brought a winter to spring." He did not say the names she needed him to say. Not yet. He measured the weather in her face, the way a good captain tastes the air before deciding to sail. Then he raised his chin toward the door at the back that opened to the alley and the slice of water beyond. "We keep our promises best when we keep them slowly," he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. "Wait here, little reed." He slipped through the door with the unshowy speed of a man who long ago married caution to hope. The minutes that followed were the kind that make a life feel very large and very small at the same time. The girl stood with her palm against the table where the nets lay, feeling the memory of waves in the twine. The carpenter's wife let the warmth of the baker's loaf travel through her gloves into her bones. The old soldier traced the grain of the bench with one finger, reading its years the way some men read histories. Outside, a bell rang twice from somewhere near the water, and a gull answered as if they had been practicing together all morning. Footsteps in the alley. 2 sets, then 3. The rider turned first, because riders learn to know a friend by the sound of their feet. Demetrios came back through the door as if ushering a season. Behind him, a woman with a scarf the blue of remembered sky, a man whose right forefinger bent just enough to snag your eye if you knew to look for it. They did not rush. They were not actors on a stage. They were farmers who had crossed fire and water and learned the new pace of miracles. The girl had not decided whether she would run or kneel or weep. In the end, she did the simplest thing. She stepped forward and lifted her face. Her mother's hands, she had always thought of them as her mother's hands even when she could not see them, came up the way a cup comes up to meet the pitcher. Her father's voice broke on her name the way a wave breaks and then gathers itself to be whole again. There was no need to narrate what followed. People turned away to give the space the privacy of public mercy. The menders went back to their work, needles passing in and out like breathing. The baker appeared in the door with a second loaf, as if that had been the plan all along. The cat approved each member of the circle with a blink and a yawn, the highest honors in its gift. When sound returned to the room, it came in the soft, practical words that keep astonishment from floating away. "You are taller. You look tired. We have found a place to sleep. We thought you were thinner. Do you remember the cracked bowl? Do you still hum when you are nervous?" Laughter slipped in sideways and sat down among them. Tears did not leave, but they agreed to share the bench. Stories began where they could. The parents told of the fire's last red breath and of the road west stitched together by the kindness of strangers, of a night in a church hall where a woman taught them to bind wounds with boiled linen and ash, of a boat ride that ended with everyone bailing with their shoes and with singing, because sometimes you bail better when you sing. The girl told of the winter wheat that tried anyway, of the seam on her sleeve that had held, of the rider's quill in the priest's careful hand, of Shadow, the dog who had appointed himself village sentinel. They did not try to tell everything. The human heart cannot drink the ocean in a cup. They sipped, they set the cup down, they breathed, they lifted it again. In pauses, the old soldier asked for the baker's name and introduced himself with a grace he had not always possessed. The rider shaved a sliver off the loaf for the cat, who accepted the offering as a statement of policy rather than of need. By late afternoon, a pale sun lay across the harbor like a coin on a palm. The menders had put their work aside. Someone had brought a pot of fish stew that tasted of fennel and kindness. Bowls passed from hand to hand. The girl ate as if teaching her body to trust abundance again. Her parents watched with a reverence that was part joy and part apology, and part simple animal gladness. "Where will you sleep?" the baker asked when the bowls were rinsed and stacked. "Here," Demetrios said, gesturing to a small room off the alley where a pallet had been made with more care than materials. "Up the stairs in the loft for the others." He looked at the rider, at the carpenter's wife, at the old soldier. "There is room for you too. We have learned to stack our kindness high night fell, and with it, the sounds of a harbor settling into itself. Lines knocked softly against masts, water folded and unfolded, the low talk of men walking home along the quay. The city's lamps stitched a path across the dark. In the small room, the girl lay between two steady breaths that matched her own without trying. She did not sleep at once. Children and sailors fall asleep differently on first nights in new harbors. She lay awake and listened to the proof that the letter had not lied. Two voices making that low music sleep makes when it forgives the day. She did not pray with words. She placed her palm on the folded letter under her pillow and let her heart say, "Thank you," in the dialect of pulse. In time, thank you slowed and spaced itself and became sleep. Out in the loft, the old soldier dreamed of a road that had learned his name, and of a long-ago woman ladling stew by faces, while snow sifted like flour. The rider, who so often carried the news of other people's endings, slept with the rare, easy conscience of a messenger who had delivered a beginning. The carpenter's wife woke once, smiling at the remembered weight of the baker's bread in her hands, and slept again. Down at the quay, a net dried on its pegs, patient as a psalm. From one of its knots, a faint thread of blue caught the lamplight and passed it along. A harvest remembered becomes a harvest reborn. The city had given them back to one another, and for a season that miracle was enough. But even miracles must eat, and eat they did. From the baker's sesame bread, from the fish stew ladled with rough kindness, from the lentils stretched thin and the apples traded carefully at the quay. Life in Syracuse had a hum, softer than Constantinople's roar, steadier than the scattered villages they had fled. Yet it was not only survival they sought now. Something older, something sweeter pressed its face against the glass of memory. It began with a simple remark. One evening, as the nets lay drying and the girl's parents repaired a tear in her cloak, her father said, half to himself, "In our village, after the harvest, we lit lanterns in the square and danced until our feet ached." His wife looked up, thread between her teeth. "And I baked the honey bread," she said softly, remembering the girl who had faint memories of that bread, crust golden, center tender, felt her chest tighten as if her stomach were in it. The harbor air carried many scents: tar, brine, frying fish, smoke from driftwood fires. But the scent of honey bread was absent, and its absence became a kind of hunger. Around the hearth that night, their new companions, the carpenter's wife, the old soldier, even the writer who had not yet gone, spoke of their own village festivals. A flute fashioned from reed, a game of blindfold tag, wreaths woven from the last stalks of grain. Each memory glowed like coal still holding heat. Thomas, the old soldier, cleared his throat. "It needn't stay memory," he said. "You have fields outside the city, vineyards on the hill, sheep in the pasture. The work has begun again. Why should the joy not begin too?" The carpenter's wife laid her palm on the table. "Let us make a festival, not to deny what we have lost, but to remember that loss is not the only voice in the room." And so the planning began, not with trumpets, but with needles, flour, and the humble mathematics of how much could be spared. A coin for extra honey, a strip of cloth dyed with onion skin to brighten the yard, a borrowed drum patched with pigskin. These were not luxuries. They were acts of defiance against despair. Word spread quietly but surely. Neighbors nodded to one another at the well, at the baker's counter, at the quay. "Bring what you can," they whispered. A wedge of cheese, a bunch of late grapes, a pot of lentils thickened with carrot. One man promised a jar of olives he had hidden from the worst of the famine. Another, a woman with clever fingers, said she would braid garlands from seagrass, green and gold in the lamplight. The girl, wide-eyed, found herself at the heart of these preparations. She was given the task of carrying messages, her quick feet and eager face opening doors as surely as any seal. Each time she delivered a word: "Bring your flute. Save the cracked jug for wine. Borrow the priest's tablecloth." She felt as if she were stringing beads on a cord that would soon circle the whole community. At night, she and her mother practiced the honey bread, mixing flour with honey so slowly it felt like prayer. The first loaf burned, the second collapsed, but on the third, the crust split just enough to let the golden scent out, and when the girl tore a corner and tasted it, tears sprang uninvited. Not for the bread itself, but for the way it drew a line between what had been and what might be again. The day came under a sky bruised with clouds that, mercifully, held their water. The central yard of the mender's quarter was swept clean, lanterns strung between beams, a fire pit dug for roasting chestnuts. Tables, some real, some makeshift from boards laid across barrels, were dressed with every cloth that could be spared. The cat who had claimed the bench licked its paws as if approving the arrangement. As dusk fell, people gathered in twos and threes, carrying their offerings: a pot of stew whose steam curled like fingers beckoning, a jug of watered wine, a basket of late apples polished against sleeves until they shone. The baker brought flat rounds studded with sesame, and the girl carried in her arms the honey bread, its crust glistening, its scent already weaving through the crowd. No one gave speeches. Instead, Thomas lifted his reed flute, patched from harvest stalks, and played a tune that sounded like a brook in spring. A drum joined, tentative at first, then confident, as if remembering its own skin. Feet began to move. Children chased each other between tables, their laughter piercing the air like birds returning to a thawed meadow. The girl's father clapped time, her mother swayed with the other women. Even Helena, the stern landowner who had come into the city to trade, allowed herself to smile and tap a rhythm on the table with her fingers. The rider spun a child on his shoulders, pretending to stagger under the weight, and the old soldier told a joke so old it had grown moss on it, yet it drew laughter as though new. At the height of the evening, someone poured wine into a chipped cup and lifted it toward the lanterns, not for gods who had seemed deaf in the darkness, but for neighbors, for children, for bread and nets, for the fragile and stubborn thing called community. Cups followed, raised and clinked, and a murmur spread like fire in dry grass. To survival, to the next harvest, to one another. The girl tore a piece of honey bread and placed it in her mother's hand. Her mother's eyes filled, but she smiled, breaking the piece in half again to give to her husband. "This is how it begins," she whispered, again and again. Later, when the tables were bare and only the coals glowed in the pit, people lingered, reluctant to let the night end. Children leaned against parents, heavy with sleep. The flute's last note hung in the air, thin and sweet. The girl lay on her back on the cobblestones, looking up at a sky where the stars had begun to show, clearer now than in the long darkness, though still shy at the edges. She thought of the letter that had led her here, of the crooked finger and the blue scarf, of the bread in her stomach and the laughter in her ears. The festival did not erase the past, nor did it guarantee the future, but it marked the present with a flag of light. It said, "We are here, we are together, and for tonight, at least, we will dance." When finally the crowd dispersed, the girl carried the last crust of honey bread in a cloth to her bed. She set it by the letter, side by side, word and bread, ink and crumb. In the silence, she thought, "This is what survival tastes like." Wax tablets hold fragile seeds of learning. The festival faded into memory as festivals always do, yet the warmth it planted did not vanish. It lingered in gestures. Neighbors greeting with easier smiles, children humming fragments of the reed flute's tune, women sharing yeast so more houses could smell of bread. But under that comfort, another seed had been sown, quieter than music and steadier than feasting, the seed of learning. It was the girl's mother who spoke first of it. One evening, as the honey bread cooled on a board and the candle trembled in the draught, she said, "I want the children to know their letters. I want them to read more than scraps of scripture whispered at Mass. The world is fragile. Words may be the only roofs that last." Her husband, tired from mending nets, frowned in thought. "Books are dear," he said. "Scrolls cost more than bread for a month, and who would teach?" The carpenter's wife, sitting by the hearth, lifted her eyes. "There is Thomas," she said softly. The old soldier, though his knees betrayed him, had the patience of someone who knew the rhythm of waiting. He had spoken once of a monastery school where children scratched alphabets into wax before they could tie their sandals properly. And though he was no monk, he carried fragments of learning like shards of pottery, broken, but still useful. The next day, Thomas was approached while patching a boot by the fire. He looked up, surprised, but not unwilling. "Letters," he repeated. His eyes traveled over the children, eager Marcus, the girl standing straighter than her years. "A dangerous gift, but a sturdy one. Yes, I can begin." So began the evenings of wax. A carpenter fashioned small frames of wood, shallow trays filled with dark beeswax poured smooth as still water. Into these, a blunt stylus pressed lines and curves, the alphabet scratching its way into the children's hands. Alpha, beta, gamma, A, B, C. The wax, when smoothed with a heated knife, forgave mistakes. The children learned that errors need not be eternal. The first time Marcus carved a letter, his tongue stuck from his mouth in concentration, his hand trembling. The girl guided his wrist, steadying him. "There," she said, as his crooked mark bore the faint resemblance of an A. He looked at her, cheeks flushed, and whispered, "It looks like a tent." She laughed gently. "Then think of it that way. A is for a shelter, a place to begin." Lessons were not swift. Days were filled with labor, nets to mend, animals to feed, water to carry. Only in the hush after supper did words bloom. The mother traced prayers into the wax, her voice soft as she spelled them aloud. The father, though illiterate, listened with care, repeating sounds until they became part of his tongue. Even Helena, stern mistress of land and labor, lent a small gospel book for practice, its ink faded, but its power undiminished. The candle's light quivered, catching the curve of letters. Sometimes, the wax tablet smelled faintly of honey, a reminder that even learning could be sweet. And as the weeks passed, the children began to recognize shapes in the world beyond their tablets, letters carved into ship planks, painted above tavern doors, scratched by long-forgotten hands into stone walls. Each sighting was a small victory, but the road to knowledge was not free of shadows. One market day, a stranger scoffed when he saw the girl hunched over a tablet. A farm child with letters? What use? The earth asks for hands, not words. His voice carried derision, and Marcus's head bowed. Yet the girl's mother, standing nearby, straightened her back. "The earth also asks for memory," she said calmly, "and memory requires words." The stranger muttered and left, but Marcus's shoulders lifted again. The old soldier taught not just letters, but patience. "A campaign is won one hill at a time," he told them. So too with learning. One letter today, another tomorrow. Soon you will write your names so they will not vanish. He showed them how to shape numbers as well. Tally marks to count grain, curves to measure time. Knowledge became not a luxury, but a tool sharper than any blade. As winter deepened, the wax tablets filled and smoothed again. Each evening, the children grew more confident. They began to copy simple verses from Helena's gospel. The girl traced, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." She whispered the words, feeling them press not only into wax, but into her bones. One evening, as snow tapped gently at the shutters, the father watched his children read aloud a line from the borrowed book. His rough hands, scarred from rope and saw, trembled. "I never thought to hear my own blood read," he murmured. His wife reached for his hand. Now their memory will not depend only on stories. They will carry words like bread in their pockets. The girl began to keep a secret tablet under her bed. On it, she wrote not verses or lists, but her own thoughts. Simple things at first. The sea smelled of tar today. The bread rose well. Marcus laughed when the cat sneezed. Yet even these small sentences felt like anchors thrown into the sea of time. She smoothed the wax when she feared discovery, but the act of writing had already carved itself into her. And Marcus, though younger, showed unexpected flashes of imagination. One night, he scratched into the wax. "When the stars blink, they are speaking." His sister laughed, but Thomas, overhearing, nodded gravely. "Do not lose that," he said. "Letters are not only for lists, they are for listening to the sky." By the turning of the year, their progress astonished even Helena. She came one evening, stern as always, but stayed to hear Marcus stumble through a psalm, and the girl read steadily. "Good," she said, though her lips softened at the corners. "Keep this." A farm with readers is stronger than one without. Words build walls no plague can cross. The girl looked at her wax tablet, its surface smoothed and scarred over and over. She thought of the letter that had brought her parents back, of the ink lines that had held hope across mountains and seas. She thought of the way her hand, once small and empty, now shaped letters that might one day carry her own voice forward. That night, she whispered to Marcus as they lay side by side. "We are not only surviving anymore," she said. "We are learning to leave traces." He yawned, sleepy, and answered, "Traces for who?" She smiled in the dark. "For whoever comes after." An edict arrives, and meals learn new measures. By midwinter, the sea had adopted its sober colors again: iron at dawn, pewter at noon, velvet before the lamps were lit. Nets mended in long, even breaths. The city kept its patient hum. After the festival and the months of wax and words, the days unrolled like a clean bolt of linen. And then, as quietly as frost draws lace on a window, the empire remembered them. It came on a morning blunt with wind. 4 riders materialized along the road from the prefect's house, their horses' sides steaming, their cloaks bearing that complicated purple only official dye can manage. They were not soldiers full of clatter. They were messengers who knew the weight of paper and the way a seal can change the temperature of a yard. Helena was in the vineyard, counting buds that had the stubbornness to swell, despite the season. She wiped her hands on her apron and walked to the gate, neither hurried nor slow. The girl's father, summoned by a boy's shout, met her there, cap in hand, the old soldier a few paces behind, as if experience itself were a kind of armor. The riders did not posture. They presented a leather tube as one might present a loaf, necessary and impersonal. The lead man spoke in a voice that had practiced fairness. "By order of the Exarch, representing our sovereign, Justinian, Emperor and Defender of the Faith, a levy for reconstruction. 1 sheaf in 5 from all productive land." Helena broke the seal with the same careful pressure she used to test a wheel of cheese. Enough to do the work, not enough to bruise. She scanned the page. The Latin lay there in straight-backed letters, the Greek beneath in a hand more familiar. She did not flinch. She read a second time as if to let the ink soak all the way through the day. "We will comply," she said simply. The riders nodded, relieved perhaps not to meet a quarrel they could not settle. They accepted hot wine by the kitchen door, custom as old as tax, and rode on, the purple of their cloaks going small and then being taken up by the road's dust. The yard held its breath a beat after they were gone, then began again. Chickens reclaimed their murmurs. A dog sneezed and allowed itself to be certain of its duties. Helena folded the edict and looked at the people who stood around her, farm hands with rope-burned palms, herdsmen with wool on their sleeves, the girl and Marcus with beeswax on their fingernails. She did not raise her voice. 1 in 5, she repeated, as if to measure the phrase in their air. "We have survived colder arithmetic. We will do what is required and what is right by our own fires." The girl's father nodded, eyes tracking the imagined path of carts from granary to quay. "We will need to count early," he said, "and teach the counting to our meals." Counting began that same afternoon, not as a siege, but as a litany. They moved through stores with chalk and calm, marking casks, tapping sacks, weighing wheels of cheese in hands that knew the meaning of heft. The girl learned a new lesson there, among the bins and bins' quiet shadows, that numbers can be both obedience and protection. She watched her father lay out pebbles to match measures of grain, 4 for the farm, 1 for the emperor, and then slide a fifth toward the middle of the table, the way one pushes a bowl to a guest. Thomas stood with a tally stick, notching carefully, his soldier's habit of record-keeping finding a new campaign. "Bread must not be surprised," he said, as if to the flour itself. "It rises better when it knows what is coming." There were meetings, of course, at the long table, at the vineyard wall, with the lantern hung low. Helena set out bread and onions and a small dish of olives every time, because decisions chew better with something in the mouth. They spoke not of evasion, but of balance, how to meet the levee without thinning children's soup, how to hold seed back without violating the spirit of the law, how to keep faith with a distant city while not breaking the hearts in their own yard. "The emperor builds for an age that will not see our faces," Helena said, the edict on the table between her fingers. "He does not know our lambs by name, but we are his people, and he is ours, whether we like it or not. We will give what is asked, and then answer to our own hunger with ingenuity." Ingenuity showed up in small shoes. The women began saving bread ends for a thickened pottage that fed 13, with the pride of feeding 7. Bones were boiled twice, and then offered to the dog with formal thanks, as if bones, too, needed courtesy to give their last. The carpenter's wife taught a way of stretching oil with mashed olives and fennel, so that the pan still shone at supper. The baker, grinning, showed how to coax a loaf higher from a spoonful of sponge and a warmer pocket near the hearth. Marcus learned the art of gleaning without shame. The handfuls left in furrows after harvest, the windfall apple missed by hurried hands, the wild sorrel that sharpened a stew's mood, and the counting itself became a kind of music. 1 for tax, 4 for table, 1 for tax, 4 for stable. The children chanted as they carried scoops, as if rhyme could keep a family from tipping. Not all took the edict with grace. At the quay, a man with a scar through his eyebrow spat into the water and called the levee a second winter. "You cannot eat marble," he snarled, thinking of Hagia Sophia's rising bones far to the east. The old soldier placed a hand on the rail and answered, not with philosophy, but with a story of a campaign when rations were tight and a village gave what it could, and how later a bridge stood there that saved a regiment in the spring thaw. "I have marched across gifts I hated at the time," he said, "and been saved by them." The scarred man shrugged, and his spit joined the tide, which is where most angers go. Helena wrote a letter that night, her script precise, her temper nowhere on the page, acknowledging the levee, listing in neat columns the measures they would send, and asking, in a postscript as gentle as a neighbor's knock, whether seed corn was exempt if clearly labeled for spring. She sealed it with wax borrowed from the children's tablets and sent it with a boy who walked fast and used both hands to carry the scroll. Weeks later, an answer returned with an officious ribbon and a clerk's tired civility. Seed exempt if stored separately under lock. The yard cheered as if a small army had been turned back at the gate. So they built a second granary within the first, a room inside a room, with a door made from the lid of a broken wine cask, iron hasp added with ceremony. The girl painted the word seed on it with soot and vinegar, letters shaky but earnest. Marcus stood guard for an hour that day, wooden sword at his side, feet set wide, the embodiment of a law that now had his face on it. When the time came to measure out the levee, they did it without theater and without bitterness. They filled the carts with sacks tied in twos so they would not slip, with cheeses wrapped in cloth, with amphorae sealed and marked. The girl's father checked each wheel, each strap, with the thoroughness of a man who respects both distant emperors and nearby potholes. Helena walked the line, her hand briefly on each load. "Go well," she told the quiet towers of food. "Go useful." The procession from farm to quay was not a parade, and yet people stepped to doorways as it passed, the way they do when a wedding or a funeral goes by, because these too announced the shape of a common life. Children counted the sacks aloud, then started over when they lost their place, not unhappy to count again. The baker crossed herself and then wiped her hands on her apron the way you do when you cannot help but try to make something clean. At the customs house, a clerk smelling of ink and wool took notes, his pen making its small, scratchy river across the page. He looked up once, perhaps surprised to see no bargaining, no hiding, just a measured surrender. "You keep good accounts," he said, not unkindly. Helena nodded as if he had remarked on the weather. "We try to spend our accuracy at the right moments." By afternoon, the carts returned lighter in body, not in spirit. In the yard, a pot was already on, something smelling of garlic and thyme. The girl, who had walked beside a cart and counted 100 heartbeats between each landmark, stood very still and felt the peculiar exhaustion that comes after doing a necessary thing correctly. Marcus, solemn, handed around cups of water as if they were medals. That night, supper was thinner by a finger, and yet the table felt steadier. There is a way that paying what you owe restores some balance a life can feel in its ankles. After they ate, Helena brought out a small cloth bundle tied with string. She untied it, as if unwrapping the center of a quiet holiday. A wedge of hard cheese she had bartered for with a spare tool, and a favor owed. She cut it into pieces that were nearly transparent, and gave each person a slice. "For the taste," she said, "to remember what we are working toward." They ate that cheese as if it were a poem, small, sharp, complete. The girl closed her eyes. It was the first time she had tasted something purely for itself in months. Her mother watched her face and smiled in that way mothers have of taking nourishment from their children's enjoyment. Afterward, the wax tablets came out, because that had become the shape of their evenings. But tonight, the letters they wrote had a different weight. The girl copied a line from the Gospel again, "Render unto Caesar," and paused, stylus hovering. Thomas reached over and added the next phrase with his own hand, "and unto God." Then, his eyes on the tablet, he murmured, "Leave space, too, for what we must render unto one another." He drew a small square under the line, a little room where generosity might live. In the days that followed, generosity found new habits. A jar appeared on the bench by the door with a twist of ribbon around its neck and a paper label in the girl's tidy hand, for neighbors in narrower straits. No one announced it. Coins found their way into it as if drawn by a tide. When the jar reached a certain weight, it emptied itself into a basket that went out like a shy messenger and returned lighter, tied now with string from 3 different houses. The levy had another effect no edict could have predicted. It asked the farm to become even more of a school. Children learned not only letters but measures, how many cups to a quart, how many quarts to a sack, how many sacks make a cart groan. They drew pictures in the dust, circles for cheeses, squares for casks, curious shapes for the amphorae that looked like thin-bellied birds. The girl made a neat chart on her tablet, smoothing and rewriting until the ratios stood like little pillars of truth. One raw morning, the rider returned, cloak damp at the hem, horse's ears flicking. He had news from the prefect's house, and from the quay, and from the kind of mouths that are careful even when they gossip. "Word is," he said, accepting a cup of something that flattered itself into being called wine, The levy is lifting the worst in the city. Granaries steadier, prices calmer. A man curses less when his child eats. He shrugged, uncomfortable with being the bearer of a good rumor. For what it's worth. It's worth, Helena said, and there was a softness in her voice reserved for those who bring proof that kindness travels. She sent him down the lane with a heel of bread wrapped in cloth and a fresh peg in his saddle that the carpenter had made without being asked. Not all calculations were public. One evening, after the yard had gone violet and the lamps were lit, the girl's father took her to the small plot Helena had granted them near the hedge. 3 ridges of soil, the size of a modest room. "This is ours to think with," he said. Together, they knelt and planned in low voices how to put every inch to work. Beans that climb a rough trellis fashioned from driftwood, lettuces tucked into the shade of a low wall, onions planted close as cousins, their green tops tidy as a book's lines. They spoke of rotation the way some speak of liturgy, peas to beans to cabbage to carrots, not because it was written down somewhere grand, but because the earth likes variety and offers thanks for it. Marcus joined them with the invincible seriousness of 8-year-olds. He held seed as if it were currency, which of course it was. "If we save 1/10 of the beans," he said, repeating a lesson from Thomas, "next year we can plant twice this much." He looked up, checking his math against his father's eyes and finding them approving. They planted by starlight that night, because the wind had stilled and the soil had that smell it gets when it decides to be generous. The girl pushed small moons of seed into their dark beds, and when she sat back, dirt under her nails, she felt the particular kind of wealth that comes from imagining a soup before the shoots are even up. As winter began to tilt toward a more forgiving light, the levee moved from crisis to habit. The first shock of surrender gave way to the rhythm of setting aside. One morning out of 5, a pot in the kitchen was lifted off the coals a heartbeat earlier. 1 row out of 5 in the garden was promised in advance to the cart. 1 jar out of 5 in the dairy's cool corner wore a strip of blue rag, a flag of obligation, and curiously, of pride. Pride had room here, surprising as that was. The girl heard it in the way her father spoke to a neighbor who grumbled too easily. "We are not hollowed out," he said. "We are shaped." The neighbor considered this and found himself nodding, as one does when someone has named the thing under your complaint and made it more bearable by giving it a proper coat. There were evenings of fretfulness, too. The mother sat sometimes with her hands idle, thinking, and then shook herself and set them to mending. "I do not want to teach you to do without as if it were a sacrament," she told her children, "but I will teach you to make enough and to share it without bleeding." The girl tucked the sentence into whatever part of her memory keeps the best quotes at the top of the stack. A letter went out once more, from Helena to the prefect, this time carrying not a request, but a truth, that the levee had been met, that the seed had been preserved, that the people had not broken. She sealed it and sent it down the road with the rider, who carried it as he had carried news across worse roads than this, and who, when he was a fair distance away, lifted his eyes and said aloud to no one, "Let this be the tone of the year." When spring finally began to practice its scales in earnest, when the wind lost its teeth and the almond trees rehearsed their blossom, it seemed to the girl that the farm had learned a deeper music. Footsteps fell in time with measures. Hands reached instinctively for the right-sized scoop. Eyes could tell a quarter from a fifth in the same way they can tell a child's fever from a flush of play. The levee had not merely taken, it had taught. On a clear afternoon, the prefect himself came, not riding a horse the color of coins, but walking, cloak thrown back, a man who did not mind dust. He sat at Helena's table and ate the soup set before him as if he were used to this kind of honest bowl. He listened while Helena spoke, while the girl's father sketched with his finger the way the carts timed themselves to the boats, while Thomas noted how the counting had affected not just stores, but tempers. The prefect said little. He had the look of someone who draws a map while you talk and fills it with more roads than you meant to mention. At the end, he stood and put both hands on the table, palms flat, as if taking an oath he did not want to shout. "There are places where this has gone poorly," he said. "You have made it work here. If I am asked why, I will say, you measured early, you spoke plainly, and you remembered to salt the soup." He smiled, and for the first time his face lifted its own levy. "And you wrote letters that a tired clerk did not mind reading." When he was gone, the yard breathed out a laugh it had been too polite to make in his presence. The girl, who had watched his hands, decided she would tell Marcus that power can be guessed from fingers as well as from seals. By the time the first tender beans were ready to pick, thumb length, green as hope, the levee had become a story you could tell without tightening your jaw. They ate those beans boiled and then tossed with oil from an amphora they had hidden from winter, and then brought back out, because joy, like oil, should not be left too long in the dark. The girl watched her mother close her eyes at the first bite, the way one listens to the first bird on the first morning green enough to be spring. After supper, the wax tablets made their patient appearance. Marcus scratched a small drawing of a cart and 5 sacks, 4 with tiny bowls beside them, and 1 with a little crown that was more comic than loyal. The girl wrote a line she had been rehearsing in her head all day. "We gave and kept, and somehow both grew." She smoothed the wax, not because she regretted the sentence, but because she wanted to see if she could write it better tomorrow. It would be untrue to pretend the edict had been painless, or that it had not taken food out of bowls that had once been deeper. But by some slow arithmetic older than any emperor, an arithmetic of shared spoons, of careful seed, of letters sent and answered, the levee had become a part of the year's conversation rather than a shout. And within that conversation, the farm seemed to speak more clearly to itself. On a night soft enough to leave the door propped with a stone, the girl carried the jar with the ribbon to the bench and untied it. She poured its coins and buttons and 2 small shells onto the table and split the little hoard into 4 neat rows. "One for seed of kindness," she said, half to Marcus, half to the lamplight. "One for a neighbor's rent that nips. One for the widow with the cracked tooth. One for the jar to begin again." Marcus nodded gravely, as if appointed treasurer by the moon. He placed a button from his own pocket into the nearest row, and then, shyly, a smooth pebble he had found at the stream. "For luck," he said. The girl didn't correct his economics. She understood the pebble would do its own work. Later, when most of the lamps were rinsed of flame, she stepped outside and listened to the far staved music of the harbor. Ropes clicked. Water composed itself. Somewhere a man coughed and was answered by a friend. Above, the sky had resumed its old craft, mending clouds, setting stars. She thought of how many hands it takes to keep a world livable, some sealing edicts, some wording petitions, some measuring grain, some teaching a child where to press a seed and how deep. She leaned against the doorframe, feeling the wood's fatigue and its intention to keep standing. From the next room came the small sounds of a sleep house, a chair settling as temperatures changed, her mother's sigh that meant the day had folded properly, the little scratch of mouse feet searching for nothing they would find, The levee still existed, a fact and a fraction. But it no longer loomed like a separate season. It had been braided in with the others, and the braid was holding. Nature heals faster than weary empires. By the time the levee had become a rhythm rather than a wound, the earth had already begun her own quiet campaign of recovery. She needed no decree, no wax seal, no clerk's tally. Rain fell in patterns that felt familiar again. Frost obeyed the proper calendar. Birds returned, tracing their old maps across the sky. The farm, once bent beneath ash and famine, began to stretch like a body rising from long sleep. The girl noticed it first in the grass by the path. Last spring it had grown thin, brittle blades that bent under their own hunger. Now green rose thick enough to soften footsteps. Marcus bent to touch it with both hands, as if to test whether it was real. "It smells alive," he whispered, pressing his nose close. His sister laughed gently. "It always did," she said, "but now it remembers how." Fields spoke too. Wheat that once sulked knee-high now rose waist-deep, whispering in a language older than empires. Vines, pruned back to near nothing after the darkness, threw out shoots bold as banners. Even the orchard, which had dropped fruit too small to tempt birds, now wore blossoms so heavy that petals littered the ground like confetti from some ancient feast. Helena, who rarely wasted words, allowed herself a satisfied nod. "The land forgives," she murmured, stroking a young olive branch with fingers that smelled faintly of vinegar and wool. She had seen enough seasons to know that forgiveness was not guaranteed, but she accepted this one without question. The animals, too, answered the summons of recovery. Lambs, born thin during the shadow years, now bounded on strong legs, their bleats like trumpets of a softer army. Chickens, once stingy with their gifts, filled baskets with brown and speckled shells. Even the farm dogs, ribs once sharp as knives, now carried weight again, trotting the perimeter with renewed arrogance. Yet the empire beyond their hedges lagged behind. From travelers came stories of towns still empty, villages left to brambles, fields that bore weeds instead of wheat because there were no hands to plant them. Constantinople rebuilt, yes, with marble and gold, but its people had not returned in equal measure. Plague had carved absences into the city that no statue could fill. Thomas, the old soldier, summed it up one evening by the fire. "The earth heals in one language," he said, "but people heal in many. Empires, in more still. Sometimes the tongues do not match." He lifted his cup and drank as if sealing the thought. The girl pondered this when she worked in the rows. Her hands knew the soil's new generosity. Seeds germinated with a confidence she had not seen in years. Yet when she closed her eyes, she saw still the blue sun of the long darkness, the silence of streets where no market called. Memory lagged behind the soil, as if her own heart were a reluctant empire. It was Marcus who taught her a gentler view. One afternoon he came running, hair wild, cheeks flushed. "Come," he gasped, "the bees." He led her to the hives. The air buzzed thick with wings, the sound layered, a woven cloth of notes. Bees that had nearly vanished during the famine now filled the air like stitched gold. "They came back without asking," Marcus said solemnly. "Maybe people will too." The girl knelt by the hive, listening. The hum filled her chest like a second heartbeat. For the first time, she considered that recovery need not be uniform. The bees had returned on their schedule, the wheat on its own. The people would follow, or not. Healing was not a march, it was a garden full of uneven growth. The festival of spring planting came again, less desperate than the last. They sowed with open hands rather than clenched fists. Helena led prayers, simple and direct, thanking the soil without burdening it with promises it could not keep. The girl scattered seed in her ridge and thought of the levee, the plague, the darkness, and how each had felt final. Yet none had held the last word. The last word belonged always to sprouting. Travelers brought more stories of war. Justinian's armies, still chasing the ghost of Rome, strained the empire's coffers. Victories won in Italy were followed by losses in Spain. The dream of one emperor stretched farther than the sinews of his people. "He wants the world to look backward," Thomas muttered, "while the earth is busy looking forward." One evening, a merchant paused at their table, his cloak dusty from the road. He spoke of fields in Gaul left untilled, of German forests creeping back into abandoned farmland. "Nature is quick to claim her rent," he said with a smile that held no joy. "Where men fall silent, she sings louder." The farm hands exchanged glances. It was both a warning and a comfort. The girl began to collect small evidences of healing, as if curating a museum of hope. She pressed blossoms between wax tablets. She noted the first swallow to return, the date of the earliest lambing, the exact hue of green in the barley shoots. She even began to write fragments: wheat tall, bees loud, orchard remembers. They were not full sentences, but they were entries in the record of recovery. Marcus, not to be outdone, carved a stick with notches for each egg the hens laid. "Soon I'll run out of stick," he said proudly. His father chuckled. "That is the best kind of problem." Still, not every sign pointed to ease. The plague smoldered in distant cities, flaring up like an old coal whenever merchants gathered too close. The levy continued, though lighter now. Rumors of new taxes flickered like storm clouds, yet the farm kept its rhythm, a steady drumbeat beneath the chaos of the empire. One afternoon, while mending fence near the orchard, the girl's father straightened and looked across the fields, his face softened into something like awe. "Do you see it?" he asked her. She followed his gaze. At first she saw only the familiar rows. Then it struck her. The colors were back, greens layered upon greens, gold edging toward promise. For so long the land had worn the palette of illness, gray, ash, pale straw. Now it glowed with the vigor of health. "Yes," she whispered, "it's painting again." That evening, as they sat by the hearth, her mother added quietly, "We must remember this. Not just the hunger, not just the loss, but this, the return." She looked at her children, eyes reflecting the fire. "Someday you will tell it to yours, and they will think it is only a story. But you will know." The girl felt the weight of those words like a mantle. She thought of the wax tablets, of the pressed blossoms, of Marcus's egg stick. Perhaps these too were part of remembering, not just for themselves, but for the generations that would follow. And so, in the shadow of an empire that stumbled and strained, the small farm stood as a reminder. The land remembers faster. The soil, with its patient arithmetic of rain and root, was already well on its way to forgiveness. People, slower, bruised by politics and war, would catch up in time. The girl whispered to Marcus as they drifted toward sleep. "The fields are ahead of us," she said. He murmured back, half dreaming, "Then let's follow them." Stars return as lives begin anew. By the winter of that third year, when frost came on time and melted as it should, the farm had settled into a steady rhythm that felt almost like the old life, yet deeper, wiser, changed. The darkness had passed. The plague had retreated, though whispers still warned it might flare again in distant towns. The empire, bruised and burdened, marched on with its endless taxes and Justinian's dreams of conquest. But here, among fields and hearths, the story bent toward quiet endurance. The girl, no longer quite a child, often lingered outside on crisp evenings. She would step beyond the house with a bundle of wood or a jug of water, and the sky would stop her in her tracks. Where once the heavens had been veiled in ash and haze, now they were open again. Stars brilliant, countless, gleaming as if newly polished. Each night she counted more, though she always lost track before reaching the end. Her father would sometimes join her, settling the cloak tighter about his shoulders. "Do you think they look brighter?" he asked once. "Or do we simply see them better now because we remember their absence?" She thought carefully before answering. "Both, perhaps." He nodded, satisfied, and together they stood in silence until the chill nudged them back toward the fire. Inside, life carried on in the comfort of normal tasks. Marcus, taller now and quick with his hands, had taken to helping Helena with the livestock as though he'd been born to it. He had a gift with animals. Even the most skittish ewe calmed under his touch. Helena, practical but not unkind, once muttered, "That boy could soothe a storm if it had ears." Marcus grinned, proud of the compliment, though he pretended not to hear. The girl's mother had begun weaving again, the steady clack of loom returning to their evenings. She used wool dyed in soft colors, muted blues, gentle greens, the earthy brown of bark. Each length of cloth was folded with care, as if she knew it represented more than warmth. It represented permanence, a mark that, despite everything, beauty still had a place. Thomas, older and slower now, had passed on much of his work to the younger men. Yet his voice still carried in the gatherings by the common fire. He told stories of campaigns in faraway lands, of emperors who rose and fell, of the Nika riots in Constantinople. But when asked about the darkness, his voice softened. "The sky itself bent low," he would say, "and still we lived. That is the only tale worth telling." In the spring, the children, if they could still be called children, began walking the path to the monastery school. The road wound into the hills, lined with olive trees and dry stone walls. They stayed there during teaching days, returning to the farm with wax tablets filled with crooked letters, small sums, and eventually, whole sentences. At first, Marcus struggled, but he learned with stubborn joy, spurred by his sister's encouragement. One evening, he brought home a scrap of parchment with a short fable copied in clumsy hand. He read aloud by the fire, stumbling over words but glowing with pride. His mother brushed his hair back and whispered, "This is how memory survives. Not in marble, not in gold, but in words carried forward. Summer brought its warmth without cruelty. The wheat rose golden, bending heavy with promise. Vines swelled with fruit, bees hummed industriously, and the orchard gave more than anyone dared hope. Helena, usually so reserved, allowed herself a festival brighter than any since the darkness. Lanterns swayed in the yard, wine spilled more freely, and laughter lingered late into the night. In the midst of dancing and stories, the girl found herself stepping aside, leaning against a fence post. She looked across the fields, bathed in lantern glow and starlight, and thought, "We have made it through." The phrase settled in her chest like a blessing. Still, shadows remained in memory. News from the wider empire was never entirely good. Wars dragged on, taxes pressed heavy, cities rebuilt but never quite the same. Yet, as her father often said, empires rise and fall, but the soil only asks for rain and hands willing to tend it. Autumn painted the hills in softer hues, and with it came decisions, Her father, now Helena's trusted manager, guided not only fields, but people, arranging work, solving disputes, measuring seed and store. Her mother, weaving and teaching, carried wisdom into both cloth and children. Marcus, growing bold, began dreaming aloud of becoming more than a farmhand, perhaps a healer, perhaps a keeper of animals in service of more than one farm. And she found her path in letters. Each evening she filled wax tablets with the record of small things, the date of the first frost, the name of the trader who came from Syracuse, the number of lambs born. Nothing grand, yet everything necessary. "If we do not write," she told Marcus, "our children will think it was just a story." Winter returned, but this time it was the gentle kind, the expected kind. Snow dusted the hills, fires burned steady, and the stars above seemed endless. On the solstice, they built a bonfire again, as they had before, raising cups to the sun's return. Thomas lifted his hand and said, "We drink not only for light restored, but for what endures in darkness." The words, simple yet steady, carried through the crowd. Later that night, after the embers had cooled, the girl stepped outside alone. The farm slept around her, its roofs silvered by frost. She looked up and saw the stars crowding the heavens, uncounted, uncountable, steady. For a long while she stood with her breath rising like a thin offering. She thought of all that had been lost, the village, the friends, the endless hunger, the fear. She thought of all that had been gained, family restored, Marcus saved, work steady, hope reborn. The two weighed against each other, not equal, but intertwined. Darkness and light, loss and recovery, sorrow and joy, threads of the same cloth. Her father's words returned to her. "We are not the same as before, but we are still here." She pressed that truth into her heart like a seal. When at last she turned toward the house, light spilled warmly from the doorway. Inside waited her family, the hearth, the scent of bread. She carried the vision of stars with her, stepping into warmth without leaving the night behind. And so the farm story folded into history. The empire would one day crumble, as all empires must. But the memory of one family's survival, of a people's resilience, of fields that remembered how to grow again, that memory lived on, in words, in hands, in stars. The stars had returned, unbroken by ash or empire, steady as breath. Within the small house, warmth gathered. Beyond its walls, night stretched wide and calm. And for those listening, the story rests here, gentle, safe, waiting for morning light. Good night, and sleep well.